Buenas tardes, estamos en la segunda jornada de
Good afternoon. This is the second day of this meeting on interdisciplinary meeting of studies on modern and contemporary artistic materiality. Yesterday, we started with Sia van Opsten's opening remarks. She talked about plastics and their fruitful productivity, both in daily life and in art, for all problems and conservation issues. Then we had a very interesting panel on the relations between art and new technologies, biological systems and how they articulate with art or with artistic production. And then we had a closing session where we went over artistic practices based on Luis Felipe Noé's presentation and how he gives new values to installations in space, and the conversation with Rita Eder and my presentation in connection to the behind the scenes of artists. And today we would like to focus from a number of different perspectives, that of curatorship, conservation, and artistic production. We will focus on photography today. So without any further ado, I'll briefly introduce you to the first guest we have. We would like to thank her very much for joining us, for accepting our invitation in this meeting. There is a very wonderful side to these meetings, which is the possibility to engage in different conversations beyond the ones we have in panel sessions. I'm referring to the in-person meetings that we are not able to have this time. I'll introduce you to Ms. Bresson. She is in charge of the section of digital images of the National Institute of Heritage, and she was the founder of this institution in 1983. She was the director up until 2017 of the Restoration and Conservation Atelier for Photography in Paris, and between 86 and 87, she was a resident of the French Academy and a Chevalier of the Legion of Honor in 2015. She is a specialist in photographic processes, so I won't be saying anything else, and we will be listening to her. Thank you.
Bonjour à tous. J'espère que
Good morning, everyone.
vous m'entendez et que
I hope
défile correctement. S'il y a un problème,
you can listen to what I'm saying and that images and movies can be shown well. If there is any issue, you just let me know. I'd like to thank the organizers of this international meeting on materiality, and thank you for inviting me to this discussion, to this dialogue. This issue talks about conservation and restoration. There is no such thing of prevention, restoration, and conservation of heritage without a focus on the subject matter that we will be conserving. This is why I'd like to thank the organizers and Juliana for the technical assistance they provided me in the days prior to the organization of this lecture. I'd like to thank Marta Gili. Without her, I wouldn't be sitting here. She was kind enough to put us in contact. So she's done an excellent job, and she put us in contact. And she made me think about the subject I will be presenting in this conference. But we also had another discussion before in 2011. She asked me to reflect on what is it that we can do with all these images. That was the question that we had to solve. We continue to explore this notion on the relevance of understanding the piece by these artists. This is a Czech artist. He lived in Paris for long years and he died last year. He installed all these photographs in this poetic notion and at the same time taking into consideration representation and reflection on materiality and obsolescence as well. As as restorers, as conservers, we need to reflect upon this. This is at the core of our task. What is photography? What happens here in this seminar is essential. We should wonder about the specificity of contemporary photography. Contemporary photography can be understood based on the big biodiversity of manufacturing processes, origins. Not only do we have photochemic processes and analog processes and digital processes, everything can be found, all these methods can be found if you take into consideration the making of, how this gesture, the gesture manufacturing images, plays a role. And this manufacturing, this workshop, as Diana was saying, the behind the scenes of art has to do with part of information of the piece. And it also talks about what the piece achieves in and of itself. This is the major specificity of contemporary photography. It combines general art and contemporary art in general. So in spite of it all, and in spite of the technical specificities, the big formats may not have existed in the 20th century traditional photography, and the ways that these got presented with montage materials and the presentations that are part of the pieces, then we have to take into consideration the whole thing if we want to understand how they become part and parcel with the piece of art. Claire Chevrier is exposing all this. She's rendering this into the light. And this happened at the Maison Européenne de Photographie. The new priorities for us in issues relating to conservation and restoration are the same ones that we've been having for the last 20 years. We aim at improving the knowledge that we may have on materials, historical materials, and the evolution of technical photography. And based on all this, then reutilization in an essential part of contemporary art. Artists use chromogene factors of the 20th century, some special papers, analog photographic paper, and they also use papers from the new generation, meaning digital printing. So we need to understand that as part of photography, we don't have answers to all questions that are related to these historical materials and the whole set of photographic industry. They are becoming one with contemporary art. So one of the problems common to all of us, and when I talk about all of us, I talk about the audience and those that do this for a hobby, historians and restorers, those of us who work in photography. What we have in common is terminology, how to analyze in a correct manner the concept of different points of view, a chronologic date. This is part of the historical framework. And on the other hand, all potential diversities of developing or having the photographic stripes in order to correctly denominate all these elements. So this diversity in the possibilities of current photography is one of the most important challenges of conservation. There are tools, there are methods, and there are conservation and restoration protocols that are not new. Materials will be evolving, and we come down to technologies that have evolved or that are constantly mutating. We will go back to traditional protocols in connection to conservation based on the new materials. Of course, we will have to implement new protocols that will be adapted to the materiality of these comprehensive pieces in the field of photography, and we will focus on monitoring and on control and prevention measures, as well as on measures in order to follow up on these pieces over time. This happens especially if we work with public collections, that is, those that aim at conserving all these pieces that entail the use of new technology. Based on all these materials that we will be analyzing and exposing, we will be exposing and disseminating these pieces as part of this backdrop of what the conserver and restorer does. We will also have protocols, protection protocols that won't be entirely new. They will have to adjust and adapt themselves to these new technologies, but in any case, they will be protected from light. Materials will also be protected from light, and they will be protected from UV light. They will be protected, I mean, in the case of frail materials, digital printing, that have organic colorants and becoming acquainted with the process will be able to
comme toute la photographie noir et blanc du XXe siècle, mais également certaines impressions numériques à encre pigmentaire actuelles, si la qualité du papier, la qualité des encres pigmentaires et la qualité des imprimantes nous le permettent. Donc, cette analyse œuvre par œuvre fait vraiment partie du travail de monitoring et de suivi en restauration. Alors, la restauration, c'est encore un autre sujet. On parlait
translation will resume momentarily.
Le mode de montage, le mode de monstration des œuvres fait vraiment partie du privilège de l'artiste, du photographe, qui va décider en fait, pour des raisons esthétiques souvent, de monter des photographies avec des systèmes qui sont des systèmes qu'on va juger difficiles à restaurer ou parfois impossibles à restaurer, comme ce qu'on appelle le face mounting, le montage sous plexiglas, qui est une des caractéristiques de la majorité des photographies contemporaines à l'heure actuelle. Il faut savoir que chaque type de montage vont effectivement poser aux restaurateurs des problématiques différentes qui doivent être étudiées au cas le cas. Les rayures, les impressions numériques actuelles sont extrêmement sensibles à l'abrasion. Les mécanismes d'altération
are extremely sensitive to the mechanisms of physical alteration. They are quite difficult to reverse. And what happens is that we won't have the same ontology that in other contexts. Those who restore have to remain in a deontology, and we need to know reversibility, the intention of artists. We should know whether the artist accepts this or not. And of course, this is an important problem in contemporary art. And as part of this context, there might be an artist who continues to be alive, who can contribute these elements to assist restorers. The fragility of contemporary elements many times is far bigger than the photographic elements of the 19th century. Chemical modifications are the ones that require more ink, We do a lot of talking about this in the meetings, but these chemical alterations very often are irreversible. And I believe that at this point in time, we need to reflect upon the limits of restoration, and the fact that sometimes we have to accept an alteration, something that is aging, a trace of aging. And many times this is just something natural. When this artifact or this aging results from other reasons that have nothing to do with the artist, then in those cases we need to have specific measures to implement these specific measures, and these have to do with preventive conservation in connection to the piece. We also need to reflect upon the purpose behind restoration. This is what we need to reflect upon in this process. Digital printing very often, and especially the ones that have to do with fine art, are, in spite of everything, are less fragile than other photographic materials. Even when that is the case, they are quite sensitive to pollutants. So avoiding oxidative agents such as ozone or maybe oxidation products that can be found in the environment where the piece is at, they cannot penetrate in the piece of art. Well, we have to stop it from happening. This is what we need to come to an agreement with the artist, and this should be implemented together with those who are interested in the process, and of course the labs that assemble these pieces. When they do these installations, this should be taken into consideration. Some sort of dialogue has to happen, and this dialogue should be very accurate and enriching. When everything flows all right, it is a very enriching situation. This is why there are solutions in preservation. However, rules, the rules that are specified as part of international standards, in order not to talk about absurd steps, have to be adhered to as closely as possible to the material analysis of each typology of every piece of photographic art, whether it be analog or digital. On the other hand, cahier de charge, that is the tools that are more broadly or widely used and that get more analyzed for exhibitions, they aim at limiting the wear and tear from pieces, and technical specificities in each case need to try to be taken into consideration. Recommendations for collections are the following. In this case, this is the struggle that we could carry out, and this is interesting for restorers, historians, and those who engage in conservation. This chain of people who work in contemporary photography, it is of an utmost need to establish acquisition questionnaires where we ask gallery owners, artists, those who trade art pieces, and technical labs, those that are in charge of developing the photos or printing the photos. All these aspects have to be taken into consideration. Documenting, gathering information will help us do a better job of conserving pieces of art, with a thorough knowledge of the subject matter. We have to take into consideration the following issues. When a negative gets developed, that doesn't replace the piece in and of itself. Even when we ask artists, I mean, the positive gets inscribed over time, and its material nature is some sort of archaeological object that inscribes itself over time. And the material nature of that photo positive has to be fully understood. And this has to be taken into consideration. Any photographic collection, whether private or public, has to take into consideration all these elements. This is the process that we have to take into consideration to defend works of art. I'll be concluding because I believe that I'm about to finish with the time assigned. Time goes by very quickly. But I should say that in this process, well, it's too bad that we cannot find a combination between analog photography and contemporary digital photography, because history has taught us that this is a continuum. It's a continuous flow of invention and evolution. And then if nature allows us to conserve and preserve these photos, well, history has taught us that these evolutions have always existed in humankind. My last few remarks will pivot around the course that we teach at the National Institute, at the National Heritage Institute, where we aim at better defining the terminology. It is now called conservation and restoration in photography and digital images. This doesn't mean to say that it's all of a sudden about two contradictory or different aspects. The idea is precisely to integrate the fact that the nature of current digital images has to be taken increasingly into consideration from its own material aspect and within its own materiality. That is, from the point of view of conservation. We have students together with us. One of them has created a monochromatic plaque, and the other one has created a digital video, which is a digital projection, and this belongs to the collection of the Museum of Modern Art in the city of Paris. So having students take into consideration the total nature of the pieces in the deontology and conservation of heritage, this will be our next challenge. And we are thrilled and passionate about that. Thank you for your attention.
Muy estimulante tu presentación y tengo varias preguntas, pero las hacemos luego al final todas.
Thank you so much for the presentation and for the questions to the audience. We'll answer them all together at the end to optimize the use of time. I will now welcome Marta Gili, an old friend of Antreff and mine personally. We have had great adventures together in our projects and with the work of Ali Khasma. But let's jump straight into her presentation. Those episodes were back from the time in which she was director at an institution where she developed a program targeting photography. She is currently director and School of Photography. She directed the National Gallery of Jeux de Paume. She's an advisor of Queen Sophie Gallery. She has certain rewards by the Ministry of Culture and Education of France. She has taught courses at university high level in the US, Spain, and abroad. We have received her as professor many times here. And Anne, her perspective, she provides the perspective of conservation of photography. And now Marta will present on photography. Thank you. Thank you, Diana, for the introduction, and thanks to the university. I would love to be in Buenos Aires in person. I was on WhatsApp chatting with an Argentine artist, just a while ago, and I told her I'm going to Buenos Aires for a presentation. So I'm virtually there. Materiality, right? My body is now almost everywhere in Buenos Aires and many other places. I loved Anne's presentation. Well, she knows. For me, she's always been a reference point when I have problems with images. In the years when I was in Jus de Pomme and even before, 15 years earlier, her expertise on materials and her way of helping us correct aberrations, controlling temperature, humidity, and the way of presenting images. She's even helped with that. So for me, it's always been a great support in my work. Just recently, Anne was in our school, where my director now. She helped us as well with a project which unfortunately did not come into being because of the pandemic. But maybe one day I'll tell you later about it. Diana, you talked about the superposition of sublevations, the things that happened many times all over the world at the same time. And it was supported by George D. Huberman. George, about a week before confinement, was at Arles almost inaugurating our whole room, fantastic conference room we have in our school. And we were talking about what it means to present. Present like show, like argumenting, presenting like a daring, taking on risks, being exposed. So exposing, presenting, exhibiting. In about 30 years of my experience, I've certainly been for many years in the field of contemporary art, in the field of images, as I say. A good presentation is one that combines three things: the tension between aesthetics and politics through an argument that has to be open and plural. It has to leave room for the body to expose and present when we prepare installations. My teams know it. The position of the body, my position of the body, and the body of the audience when faced with the work is very important. In the couple of years I spent at Jus de Pomme, that's what I attempted. And now in the field of photography, dedicated to images, photography, I believe somehow I'm trying to weave in a different way from education and exchange of ideas. It's what I've been doing in the last few years. And this now takes place at a time when exposition and education, that direct relation with the work, with its materiality, with the pleasure it provides, is mutating fully. We are like mourning for it and starting to repair and recover. What do we do with expositions in the middle of pandemic? Our bodies are at crisis. We cannot move. Our mobility is in crisis. So materiality at a time of dematerialization of professional and loving lives is a reality. I read an article in the Spanish press. Our relationship with images has not been as intense as it is now in the middle of a global social isolation. The vulnerability of our lives and our livelihoods and our lifestyles is at stake, whether it's for freer, carelessness, the fabrication of images on the internet is not something new. What is unprecedented is that access has been sudden, global, simultaneous, in sync, the whole world looking at images online only for the last couple of months. That's what's unprecedented. And I want to point out, Anne was talking about the materiality of the work, which is very important for preserving, conserving our heritage, what we will leave for future generations to come, right? But with the digital on, there seems not to be a border between the material and the immaterial, between the body and technology. Is there really a limit in between them? Our bodies in confinement and in the teleworking and homeworking have become screens, a mirror that reflects what happens inside. So the digital becomes material. Our gestures, our condition, our position, the headsets. I don't use headsets. They're so uncomfortable, but still I have to adapt to them the way you sit. It's been funny because on TREF, for example, it's very well. They send you a list of things that you should and you should not do in front of the camera, which I think is totally right. You better wear headsets so that people can hear you better. What clothes should you wear? Can I wear stripes in front of the camera like this? We are adapting to this immateriality, adapting material to immateriality. And the digital is material and immaterial. But if I'm online, it's because I have power, there's software, there's hardware, there's fiber optic. Everything that you don't see is there. Digital is connected with the affective, the educational, everything. It's all intertwined. All art schools or schools as a whole have adapted, for better or for worse, teleschooling. We have remote dinners with family, remote love, if it's possible. And then the public and the private space, the material and immaterial space become intertwined. And this is important where contemporary artistic production in the last few months, like contemporary, like right now, the most recent, is on social media, on the internet. Many artists are adapting to this form. Even our students, our art school, because they cannot make an installation for people to live with their bodies, they make projects online on many of our platforms to exchange information. Digital technology has enabled us, has enabled this burst of creative expressions that have flooded the internet. When photography was born at the middle of last century, the democratization of the use of images, and this might be fake, as the story of photography shows. The history of photography is filled with those who are made invisible, the control of images, the censorship of some parts, of some kinds of images. The fact that the immaterial world is on the internet, immaterial, there's always a bias. It's not fully democratic. Some projects are made invisible if they cannot be online from some social classes, for example. the last 2 years, we've been increasing the presence of female artists in many projects, with all kinds of projects, material and immaterial, because when you open a book of the history of art or of photography, women are almost absent from them. And artists in several fields, from several countries or regions, or from social classes, are missing. So the democratization of the use of images online, there's a lot to be discussed about it, whether these are digital or in person. This idea that you show an argument and this can be the foundation of curatorship that builds a concept is a key idea, one of the most important things. And the risk we run with so many images circulating on the internet, how are we going to preserve those images online? How do we preserve images online? Even the family pictures that you have, I have 1,000 million, I don't know how many pictures I have on my cell phone. I don't print them, I just have them there. How am I going to preserve them? My students, many young artists, have plenty of images in their cell phones. They build them, they manipulate them. Sometimes they print them, sometimes they don't, but they share them through social media, and that gets lost. But I still believe that this idea of showing and daring and argumenting is the foundation. It is our responsibility, social, aesthetic, political responsibility. I won't take any longer. I know we could speak for much longer on how future exhibits might be and what future artists might do. What comes after the pandemic, if anything? How will we dare face the idea of not being and the use of immateriality? Thank you. You're muted, darling. I forget about the microphone all the time. So sorry. Your open questions, your rhetoric questions and comments match the ones I have and many more that come from the audience. But now I give the floor to Andres Denegri. He will show another perspective. Now, the visual artist point of view. He works in cinematography, installations. He graduated from UNTREF. He's co-director of a Bienal Imaging Movement, and he's a curator of films in the city of Buenos Aires. He has several awards from the city of Buenos Aires, Foundation Telefónica, and Juan Downey Award from Chile. He has done internships with artists in Serbia, Canada, USA. Andres, we are really interested in having you at this panel because you worked with photography, but you also work with materials from other times. And that helps with your work. You will enrich the conversation, certainly. Thank you, Diana. Thanks, everyone, for the invitation. I want to thank the Institute and the school for allowing me to present. I'm very thankful always to UNTREF. As Diana said, I work with films and photography, working on exhibition and conservation in Many times I force devices to do things they are not really prepared to do. So basically, my attempt for some years in my productions is to find or to provide value on the beauty of devices and put them on an equal footing in significance, I mean, and in composition with other visual element of work, which are usually the images that those devices display. We are used to the tyranny of the image, the screen being central, and we disregard the device, the technology behind that screen. There's a big difference we make from, right, the screen in the cinema and the film industry. You see what I mean? So I have here some images to support my comments. I want to share the screen, if I may. Let me start with a joke that came up from an interview I was in recently. It was like a psychoanalysis session. The questions led me to the origin, and I had this conversation on what I did as a child with my toys. I would break them to see what's inside them. That's what I used to do. I was fascinated about finding out what made the toy move. I was interested in the devices because they were precise. The fitting of the parts, the mechanic parts, the gears, and the visual effect. Andres, are you sharing screen? No, you're not yet. You are not sharing the screen yet. No. So how do I share it? I was looking at it and I thought it was beautiful. I thought I was sharing it.
No es esta, y ahora perdimos el chiste, porque en realidad mientras estaba hablando, estaba mostrando estas imágenes que no sé si lo conocen, se llama Holy Chimp, es un juguete histórico.
This is a historic toy. I found one that's very well preserved. So what I did as a child, I ripped them apart to see what was inside. It's not really breaking it. I just disassembled it. I looked for the beauty inside, the accuracy of each piece, each part, what function it played, why something happened but the other happened. And I thought there was beauty in that. There's interesting visual value in discovering new things as I took layer after layer. During this interview I was in several days ago, so I discovered that this childhood game I had is related to my current passion with the films and cinematography, this building of a fantasy, of voiding the space where I live to deliver myself to a new reality proposed by the screen, being embedded in magic as if it were reality. So cinematography is the technology that makes it possible because it has to be accurate, it has to be developed as technology, it has to follow certain standards to achieve what films are. I want to show you some images here. Cinematography, workers coming out of a factory, the camera. So the film industry is always aside from the aesthetic. The phenomenon is the film, what the audience finds, the image. And I'm interested, my passion with devices from early childhood. It's not a technical fascination on the functioning, but the visual side of what's behind it. And I realize this is not a linear thinking. It's not that the work of my latest years was the result of this. I only understood this in this interview I had recently. It was a psychoanalytic session, you know, the toy. Why did I like the toy ripped apart better? And I thought that it's more fascinating to see the behind scenes. It's more fascinating to see the behind the scenes for me. This work is from 2018, the story of austerity. It was on exhibit for about a year at the CCK Center here in Buenos Aires. It was acquired by Castanino Museum in Rosario. It's a Super 8 projector. The film comes out of the projector. It loops around through those rails. It builds up a loop and goes back into the projector. It's a random, haphazard loop. And as a result, the image is totally reduced. The device deployed on that desk prevents that image that was always at the forefront, that was always what the audience was meant to look at, the film, the result of cinematography. You see it there on the side. It's blocked. Don't see anything. You just see the white light around it. It's a white frame. And so I try to mitigate the strong presence of the image like this. I think here the projector takes a prominent role other than over the image. The light shines on the projector, on the projecting device, the device to produce an image. And so meaning arises from an image that you cannot see because it's blocked. And it's only tiny within the device itself. You talked about sublevation, which is this one. It was shown at the Immigrants Museum here in Buenos Aires. Similar story. It's 3 Super 8 projectors. The film is forced to do something it was never prepared to do. The projectors are not meant to pull on such a long length of film, but the film comes out into space. It cuts vertically on the screen. It interrupts what is projected. It covers that screen that is supposed to be the perfect image that everyone should be seeing. It is cutting the screen in several parts. You can see the details here. We have the Argentine flag in the center. I can tell you later why I chose the Argentine flag there. I had some links so that you can see the pictures in motion, but I can share that later. This is another of my work. It's called Plomo y Palo. Photographically, it's very difficult to capture. I mean, you cannot capture it in one single picture. You need to look at it in motion to understand what it is. Again, it's a huge loop of a 16mm film. The film coming out of the projector covers 4 or 5 meter length towards that metallic structure, which has an engine to it, and it's like weaving the image that comes out of the projector to build a screen, but the screen is made of films, and the film moves around. So there is no screen. The film is the cinematography itself. The screen, the surface where you project is the film itself. So the materiality of that strip of film, of that roll, because it's a very large one, is in movement, and as it moves, it becomes the screen where we project images decoded from the projector. But the same information, the same images are on that tape. This work is from 2017. It's quite simple. The device is quite simple, but the real work is inside the projector. The projector was transformed. I modify it to do what it is not supposed to do. All projectors are designed to do the opposite of what this one does. This one destroys the film that it projects. But in destroying it, it creates a new. The projector is not just denied out of the cinema house, it's hiding from sight. No one can see the projector. But here it is right in the center of the scene. And it's just not just meant for reproducing images, not anymore. These are images previously made for the projector to interpret in a standardized fashion, but it is the projector creating its own images. In a fixed image, it's very difficult to explain, but here you see how it is a second of image in movement, then stops 8, 9, 10 seconds, and the heat of the lamp starts burning the photo shot when it stops in front of it. So it burns the tape it projects. So as a result, what you get is strips of the first pass where you have 25 photograms and then one burnt. 24, 26 photograms and one burnt. But when you rewind, the burnt will fall in between. So as the tape goes through one over and over again, when you rewind, you burn a different photogram each time. So throughout the exhibition, we always show the same tape, but with time in the exhibit, it will be burnt out. I have estimated that in the days of the exhibit, the tape will be burnt out. The tape will be burnt out completely. There will be nothing to show. It will be all burnt out. of time, so if you want to wrap up, a fun detail, I showed this exhibit in Buenos Aires for the first time, and the National Center for the Preservation of the Film Industry. It's funny that I showed it there, you know, that burnt out film, that physical burnt out film, I recover it and produce other works, such as this one. And so the film becomes independent from the projector and the screen. Thank you, Andres. And let's go to a Q&A now. Andres, can you stop sharing your screen so we can go back to our panel? I'm certainly trying to stop sharing. No, not really. Oh, there we go. So we start with conservation and we end up with destruction by the artist. An interesting loop, I may say. It triggers reflection, certainly. And to open up for the exchange, I have a question from Marta's presentation, and it came from the audience as well. In these protocols of conservation that you mentioned, and you made accurate reference to the materiality of the work, but there's huge volume of work more and more on a digital format. Is there any concern about that? Is there any research on how to preserve works that are on digital format?
Alors, les recherches actuelles sont beaucoup liées en fait aux industries. Et la chose que j'ai pas évoquée tout à l'heure dans la discussion, dans la petite conférence là que.
As a matter of fact, I did make reference in my brief presentation, in my intervention. The more we make progress over time in terms of image, the more the industry and the nature of the industry matters. This is why I'd like to say the following. What actually happens in manufacturing technology with all these supports and technology at large, there is some difficulty of dialogue with industry. There is a problem with industry. It is evident that there is programmed obsolescence of materials in the commerce. That's the problem. So understanding is important. I'm interested in the link between the investigation protocols that have always been used to old photographic materials, and we have to apply them in the same way in contemporary art, as Andres has just explained. As a matter of fact, he talked about these films that get burned, and in my opinion, I mean, that was the beginning of filmmaking. So it is really interesting to see this loop and to see how you go back, because investigation in traditional art and in photography are being re-signified by artists or re-challenged, but that is because of different reasons. In understanding the question, I should say that the investigation that is being conducted in terms of this have been very much analyzed. They have been analyzed in this way, and this is how the relevance of doing what you do stems. And along these lines, I'm really curious at listening to what you have to say, because technological materials and the conservation of technology gets applied to contemporary photography, and technique conservatories and the didactic collections today should be conserving contemporary materials, digital materials, because they will otherwise get lost, as Marta was saying. I mean, there is so much that will end up losing it, and we need to choose what we need to conserve when focused on the current techniques in order to study it correctly. I don't know whether I was able to answer your question thoroughly. Yes, very much. So,
No, yo lo que me interesa de lo que está diciendo
what Anne is saying here has to do with this idea of saying, well, we will have to take a pick here. We will have to choose. And as a matter of fact, we already are picking from the very beginning of the history of photography, nor did we digitalize all the negatives that exist in public collections or all the strips. And it's an idea of taking a pick. Choosing is the key term. Choosing shows or involves a political decision. What do we choose? What do we not choose? There is something that you have stated that I really like. And as a matter of fact, what Andres does is precisely that. It is accepting it, integrating it, and provoking it. So I'm interested in how, with all these alterations, which are actually a matter of picking, which are the criteria whereby we will be picking some images as opposed to others. Why are we picking some or commenting a few and not others? And especially when it comes to Andres, I'm interested in this idea. This is not the first. Andres' work has reminded me of Rosa Barba's work. Rosa Barba and Oscar Munoz, these things that in the end, what they end up doing is to underline an argument. That is, they show, but there is an argument behind. It is one that relates to social, political, or aesthetic connotations, and it takes a chance. The very same way you do, burning the film or burning the photo with a cigarette, as Oscar Munoz does. It modifies the images, and when you do that, well, that's a discourse in and of itself, especially when you choose. Well, along the lines of choosing, well, it would be the right point for me to give the floor to Andres. You discussed in connection to the fact that photography has contributed to democratizing images and how paradoxical that statement is, because it's always been biased. It rendered some things invisible. And a great part of the strategy chosen by Andres has to do with taking a few images. Images in and of itself, if I am right, are just very few. You take a few number of them and you work on them time and time again. This is just to add on to Marta's comment and to give the floor to you. Yes, we don't have that many images. I work on with those. And there is one piece of information that is quite nice to share here based on what we are discussing. As you may have seen, I work a lot with the flag, the Argentine flag. According to the original written story of Argentine filmmaking, this was the first filmed image in Argentina, the Argentine flag, 1897. This image only exists in books. So as a matter of fact, that device, that burns movies, burns that one because it would be burning an original, an absolute origin. That is the first image that got filmed in Argentina that actually does not exist. So it is burning a material original, which many times it happens and it generates some sort of fear on the part of the audience. The question is, are you burning an original? Because, I mean, based on its material nature, in the digital world, the old traditional film becomes something dated, and it's actually a false record. So the twist in it is interesting to understand what images to store and which to restore. And so when it comes to that, I go back to an image that couldn't be rescued or that only exists in the discourse. I'll go back. Of course, this remains open, and I take back to some of the questions from the audience. One goes to Anne in connection to the variety of contemporary printing, papers and ink, the composition of which doesn't really get to be well known. When this is in the market, do you carry out technical analysis on them? And to Marta, according to your reflection, the virtual world has taken a very important place and relevance in the times of pandemics. What about the evolution of museums after these deep changes? It would be interesting to capitalize on this production and to lay down the foundations for ways to appreciate art. In order to choose the role of digital printing, I should say that the current technology, as part of this, gives a lot of information. In these cases, we need to pay attention to the quality of ink and the quality of prints, the printing method. I believe that these are the three factors that will truly have a lot of relevance in connection to management and conservation over the long term of this printing. So I believe that currently, as I said before, these are materials that change in a never-ending manner. These are industrial materials, and by definition, industrial papers produced by industry. And even when there might be technical records that we may see or find out, I don't know whether that changes on a daily basis. So considering the current situation, there are lots of alternative photographies. So those photographers that will be cooking, quote unquote, at home, very much the style in the 19th century, conserving the materials that they are going to be using, having digital prints currently, we are subjected to industry and to how industry evolves. We may choose based on the quality of the paper. We may consider that. We may take a look at the quality of inks. They should be based on pigments rather than on dyes, and the quality of printing. But that is just a piece of advice that is not all that important. But as I said before, it focuses on the programmed obsolescence and on the relevance that industry and trade has when manufacturing such materials, because they are not handmade, they are industrial.
Sobre cuál es el cambio de paradigma para un museo después de la pandemia, durante y
following the pandemic, during and after. Well, I don't know how many pandemics we'll have moving forward, but it's both a good and a bad experience. In France, we say that culture is one of the most frail or victimized areas by pandemics. But I should say that there are quite a number of museums and schools as well that, I mean, we won't be changing the fact that it is necessary to be in front of the material nature of a piece. We won't be replacing a presential museum with a virtual one. But it is true that, you know, the discovery out of need, because sometimes needs drown us of the possibilities that museums have at an activity level and at discourse levels. I mean, is quite interesting because in a way, it comes closer to the audience. There comes a point in the world of contemporary art and in the world of museums where museums have taken a step back from the body of the audience and from their souls as well, where we have given more relevance to closed circuits rather than to the entire world. So being able to work virtually so much more than ever before today, being able to share is interesting in its own right. And integrating artists who work with the virtual side of things as a device. I mean, their subject matter is virtual and their materiality is important. When I was in France in 2007, we started working on a project. It wasn't successful initially, but it worked quite well later on. It was called a virtual space. We invited artists that would solely work or would almost exclusively work on the web, on the internet as an instrument. And we would produce a work of art, one that we have never touched. We've given them 5,000 euros to produce pieces of art. This has been the case for the last 10 years. And I should say that there's lots of museums now that have followed this trend. It is interesting in my own point of view, because out of all those images that circulate on the social media and on all platforms, we get the feeling that we are overwhelmed by a number of images. The whole thing has to do that the purpose behind these images is only to circulate, to go around rather than to remain. And we should reverse the order. We have to invest in producing pieces of art by artists that will stay to remain, that will stay there for longer. Well, this will get you started in your opinions. What about what you do with your pieces and technology? How this, in a way, focuses on obsolescence, technical obsolescence. And well, your reflection on devices, as you were saying, has to do with that. Well, programmed or scheduled obsolescence is something that, luckily so, was not all that clear in these technologies, in filmmaking technologies. The camera I use today is an old one and it works perfectly well. And the projectors that I purchase, I mean, I know the model that can be put to good use, but they are dated as well. And whenever that's possible, I purchase one of these for my workshop because I don't know for how long the last one of those was manufactured, the Super 8 or the 16 millimeter or the 5 millimeter one. And conservation is something that I'm discussing. When Castanino purchased this piece that I've shown in the beginning with one single Super 8 projector, we discussed on the possibilities of purchasing another one beyond the fact that I may deliver this with maintenance manuals and repair manuals. And I provide details as to how to change or exchange pieces by pieces that do not work any longer, but you can always generate simple changes behind the mechanics. Ideally, so you should purchase one projector and have another one for backup purposes. But then there's a different twist, lamps or flashlights. The film in and of itself, well, let alone on that. I'm quite hopeful at the fact that filmmaking, analog filmmaking, will continue up and running for quite a long time. But you know, lamps, flashlights, that's a problem. We tend to film in 16 millimeters Super 8 in order to then make it digital. We don't develop the negative onto a positive copy. We just digitalize the negative, and the entire footage is worked based on this. This is the current trend this day and age. So we have a problem. We are not thinking about projecting these films any longer because we are thinking of the whole thing as digital. So it's not just projectors, but lamps that also come to play when it comes to that. And the type of lamp that I use in the projector that burns the film, well, I'm doing some research right now I'm doing a process into this change. I'm moving into LED lamps, but I estimate that the heat produced by LED lamps, of course, will be far less than the heat created by film lamps. So there's lots of measures and variables that come to play when it comes to conserving this type of work beyond my own ideas and concepts that I try to incorporate in my piece. How about translating this into the future? Well, of course, this assumes its own death. Well, let's not call it or put it in those terms. A while ago, last year precisely, in the El collection in Madrid, I was quite taken by surprise. This was not directly on the part of the foundation, but I was invited to visit that place. That space was not part of my everyday circuit, and I was taken by surprise at how ENACOM has experimental filmmaking pieces assembled on the room with 16 millimeter projectors. It's quite a subtlety, and that is proof of the fact that if there's an interest, you can always conserve. And going back to what Anne talked about, there is an issue that is the responsibility of the artist in terms of giving continuity to their piece, giving a protocol, leaving a protocol behind, what things should deserve restoration or conservation and what not. Anne was talking about as long as the artist agrees, conserving, but to what an extent should we do that? And along those lines, we are focusing on photographies or film materials where there is the logic of reproducibility, the possibility of getting reproduced and having that initial quality, that initial similar quality. To what an extent would this condition be part of the discussion that we are having right here and right now in connection to what to conserve, how to conserve? Do we conserve the image? Then of course we can reproduce it to have it for longer. But if we are conserving the original materiality, that's entirely different. We are forced to conserving the device as well. As you know, it's not just the image, but the device. And that is the big problem that happens in many collections. I mean, when we put together a Peter Campos collection, I don't know whether you've heard of him. He's one of the first few video artists in the 1960s with the devices, projectors, cameras that date back to the 1970s. It was like, wow, how are we going to find it? We had to put together pieces with different elements. These are the typical exhibitions that are the nightmare of curators. I imagine that you, Andres, must be a nightmare to curators as well. I'm sure that is the case because, I mean, what matters is not just the result of the image. Please prove me wrong if I am wrong, Andres. What matters is everything. The device, just like a photo when hanging on a room, it is much in itself a device. I mean, the projector, the film that is half burnt on the floor is evidently very important. I don't know how these will get restored 50 years down the road. Well, I believe that something plays in our favor. It is a pretty accessible or affordable technology, and it is not software dependent because it's mechanical in nature. It's mechanical, and this is something I'm passionate about when it comes to analog filmmaking or photochemical filmmaking. You get to understand it quickly. This results from the space, the device is in space. The space is there and the device is in there. I love children when they come closer to the piece and they get to see the strips, the sequences of the films, and it takes no time for them to understand how motion gets created. You just show a video reproducer and a hard drive next to it. You don't see anything, but gears, mechanics. It is something that today, with a good 3D printer or artisan, can help you do ready-made, tailor-made pieces. This is far more difficult than pieces that suppose electronic devices back from the 60s or digital ones that depend on how software depends or works. Well, this happened to us with. May I add a comment? I should say that the technical problem in restoration has to do with something that is before ontology. And as a matter of fact, it is far more important to understand why should we restore or repair when artists are still alive, because once they die, the whole thing changes. And I believe technical problems can get somehow solved. Nonetheless, the ontology or the decision of taking action, changing or reproducing or restoring is actually a decision that is totally immersed over time, and it is subjective in and of itself. So this, no doubt, is what we need to understand currently. Otherwise, we are under the feeling that all technologies find an answer to all questions. But what really matters is, why is it that we are doing things and how are we going to go about them? This is just a comment that relates to our discussion. If I may, of course, you can always do that.
Now, about the work, Situation of Time by David Lamelas. When we had to mount it in our installation, we needed 17 tube TV sets, TVs of the 90s and not of the 60s. And at that work, 15 minutes after not receiving an image, they would turn off automatically. So it already had a time situation that was different. The artist was alive at that time, so we discussed it with him and we found together a solution. But he accepted to film the grains of the image as it would look like in the 60s, but we just filmed the grains in the image. It wasn't the real image that you would see on TV sets of tubes of the 60s. So this, I think, is very much related to your comments, Anne, and Marta's comments. I think we are on time. Gabriela joined us to let us know it's time to close. I thank you all very much. We as a university, as a research institution, encourage conservation, and this kind of debate will be part of our files, archives. And now we conclude, but we're all invited to participate in the coming sessions. Gabriela will make a final presentation relating to this. So you're all invited to link in and participate. Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
bienvenidas y bienvenidos a esta cuarta mesa.
Good morning to the fourth panel of the second international meeting of interdisciplinary studies of the materiality of modern and contemporary art. I thank in particular the four speakers of this panel. I will introduce them one by one. We have Voluspa Jarpa, Florencia Bassano, Rachel Rivenk, and Maria Jose Herrera. You can follow us live on YouTube and the UNTREF website. So we are going to share a series of reviews of works and the creative processes that focus on aesthetic, artistic concepts, the conservation of modern artworks, and the curatorial work where we are concerned of the artistic materiality. Our speakers, I remind you to make sure that you share the screen properly when you start presenting. So we start with Voluspa. From 1994 onward, she has had a broad artistic production, participated in collective and individual exhibits in Chile and an international level. She has participated in Havana Bienal, Shanghai Mercosur Bienal, Istanbul, and Sao Paulo. Voluspa in 2011 developed the work, the Non-History Library, where she worked with classified records of the United States, from the United States, but on Chile during military dictatorship. And from 2018 onward, she started working on the Shanghai Bienal in the Chilean pavilion of the Venice Bienal. Voluspa, the floor is yours. Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here and to have been invited. I found it very interesting to prepare this presentation. For the artist, it's always very hard to think of the materiality, so I selected several works that where the limits of materiality are key. You know, I started as a painter. I thought as a child that my love for painting and the history of painting would keep me forever in that language of expression. But with time, I realized that what's most attractive of painting to me was the capacity of painting to symbolize history and summarize it. And so the whole process I'm going to show you is my process in this search for the limits of the language in portraits and paintings. So I come out of that language and I find other materialities, other systems for symbolization that contain the broad array of things I research. This work is from 2002, Private and Public History. It's a white flag where I just wrote history. And then suddenly there's hysterics right in the middle, somewhere there. The words are very similar in Spanish, hysteric and history. But the subjectivity with the macro history, how macro history affects the construction of subjectivity. So within that work, there's a gender perspective, a confrontation of gender, the masculine and the feminine word. Hysterics is feminine, history is masculine in Spanish. So Originally, it had been a Chilean flag that I cut in pieces, and the letter was printed on the white cloth and then to the rest of the flag. So there was a boundary in colors, which is significant to me. No material, in this case, allowed me to symbolize a narrative that I could not express otherwise. My last paintings, just paintings, were these images of the Chilean newspapers that I mentioned them all today. September 11, we celebrate 47 years of the last coup d'etat in Chile, a history we have not overcome yet. And when I prepared this series of paintings, I prepared it because it was a year after the attacks on the Twin Towers in the US, and the dates matched. It was a coincidence. So I took them. I took the covers of the newspapers of Chile, and I know that when they should have been celebrating the last coup d'etat, that it had never happened again in our history. On the contrary, did not portray that. They portrayed the September 11 attacks. But then I was also reporting on some classified documents from the US that had reported on what the history was of the Chilean dictatorship. Lots of words were blacked out on that. So in the news of that time, what you find in the public, I blurred out text because I was reviewing the secret documents of the Cold War back at that time. This was the last series of paintings I prepared. Changing materials here is a creative crisis, the awareness of the limits of each materiality and the limits of its norms, and how each time I reach a material crisis, I find myself in a material vacuum. I don't know what I know the past is not useful to me anymore, but I don't know what the future abodes. So it's a sort of historic moment for me. And right in that moment of change, I had been studying hysterics. Who had studied the concept of female hysterics in Paris? Dr. Martin Jean-Claude, and that story led me into looking for new materialities in 2010. That led me to building things in 3 dimensions. So in a creative explosion, I tried to look for new ways of symbolizing things outside from any canonic genre like sculpture, painting. I wanted to come out of those genres and find new ways, new materials that I myself did not dominate. So it was a matter of inventing something anew that I did not know how to manage. So this ghostly image in this work, tiny pictures of hysteric women photographed at a hospital in 1872 onwards. These tiny figures became a fish cloud, and I had researched, and the tiny beings that are collectively organized in a highly complex mathematical algorithm, these tiny beings organize and protect themselves against the predator like this, like sticking together. So this cloud, and I wanted to make something that floated in the air. I needed to find material because I wanted to show the image of history, but just floating in the air. So I needed to learn from mathematics because it looks like chaos, but there's mathematics in it. It's a sculpture in the air. And holding it there in the air, it's something that I still do in my work quite often. As I continued working in the disclosed documents of Chilean history, I find pages such as this one, September 11. It's very strange to look at these images today because in 98, 99, 2000, the US unclassified lots of documents on the US. And many of the pages are just this, they are blurred out. They redacted, and that's hysterical act. It's like saying, I'll give you secret information on your history because we had so much to do with your history. We were always involved in your history. I'll give you the documents, but then the documents are redacted. And I understood that this was a hysterical act. It's like, okay, I show you, but I deny it. I show you something that is redacted. What's the point behind it? It's hysterical. So regardless of that, the material in file, the political, historical background of the documents led me to this idea. What do I do with it? What is this? Should I make a painting on it? And in this conceptualization process, I understood that traditional representation of this was not feasible because of the characteristics of the documents. And so this archive material of the Cold War and what it all means in my country, it just expelled me out of the materiality of paintings. I worked in these files for long, for Chile, for many other Latin American countries as well. So I was expelled out of the representation in paintings and the figuration that you find in painting. Because I thought I knew what these documents actually contained. So my first material idea in this crisis, in this collapse, what material would be appropriate to this? I had this material image in my mind. And I imagined I could feel the redaction as something material. I thought I could grab just the redaction ink and pull it out. Because as if I could remove the redaction and maybe see what the ink beneath it showed. So I developed this IT system that I didn't know. I used a laser cutter so that I could keep the fax type of the document and remove the white paper behind it. Just keep the ink with me. And with that, I prepared many works. I'll show some, and they were mixed with what is traumatic suspension. So how do I materially make an airborne sculpture with a certain order and materially? How do I do it? How do I keep what's most important in the document, the support? Those materials later became a long series of the Library of the Unhistory. These are books edited based on the material, and people would take it with them. The work was lost with time in the end. It was dematerialized, and every person who took a book would leave a question, an answer to a question. What will you do with this? And their answers, handwritten, biased answers, I reevaluated them in another work. Then it all became more complex. I started using other materials with laser cutters. The first materials are used were quite flammable. So then I ended up using acrylic. This is related to the massacre in Tlatelolco, Mexico. These are revealed secret documents that are also redacted as you come close to the day of the massacre. So the transparent material to the fully black material, the day of the massacre, it's fully blacked out. And so the files drop on the floor. So in a poetic material fashion, I show how it goes from transparency to total reduction. This is the dialogue of the Brazilian intelligence agency to the CIA to talk about the coup d'etat in Argentina, in Brazil, in Mexico, and it all organized as the Condor operation for Latin America. So in this endeavor, I came into contact with plenty of architects I still work with. I have just 1 minute left, I know. And the Malva exhibit. I'll show you just some images. These had to do with two elements I would like to discuss. Again, the gender perspective in this work, a quote from Donald Jack. This opens and contains the documents of the coup d'etats in the southern corn, broken up by year in a gradient. The piece opens up and breaks. We had to study the material industrial processes of how to build it and then destroy it. And to conclude, you have more pictures here. So we researched on how to do it, emulate the production. So materially, I destroyed it, symbolically, of course. And other material procedures, this work that was portrayed at Malva too, the funerals of the 47 presidents, congressmen, judges murdered in the Latin American history of Cold War interventions. It showed in the documents. So the 47 funerals I'm showing here, this image, with time, it disappeared. It was made with alcoholic ink, and so the image faded away on a tape, as if it were memory. Every time you show it, we make it again. It is 4 layers, but some layers fade away, and so you have to make it anew. This disappearance, this vanishing of the memory. It's connected to the metaphor of memory. Thank you very much, Voluspa, for your presentation. Wonderful work, so powerful work. We'll leave the questions for the end of the session. Let's move on now to Rachel Rivenk. She's head of conservation at the Getty Research Institute. She worked there as modern art and contemporary art from 2007. Before reaching that institute, Richard taught conservation of paintings at Malta University and as a conservator in private practice in the UK and France. She coordinates the modern materials working group and is part of the directive body of the International Network to Preserve Contemporary Art. Rachel has a master's degree in painting conservation from the Sorbonne University and has a degree in Versailles University. She has authored several books and is currently writing a book on Hai Wong Qiang. Rachel?
Gracias, Juliana, y gracias a Voluspa. Hola, buenas tardes a todos. Con disculpe voy a hablar en inglés y ahora comparto mi pantalla. Hi, everyone. I'm going to, with my apologies, I'm going to speak in English. Thank you, Voluspa, for your beautiful presentation. I'm going to take us a little bit back in time, and I'm going to talk about what is left of the great goddess Diana. And with this title, I refer to the conservation of a feminist performance prop that my colleagues and I have started calling the breast dress. How do I don't know how to, oh, here. Okay, just a quick word about the context. I work for the Getty Research Institute. It's in Los Angeles, is this horseshoe-shaped building here. It's part of the Getty Trust, which has a museum and a conservation institute, but the Research Institute is really dedicated to advancing the understanding of visual arts and their history. So it's really an institution dedicated to art history. And we do that through a number of programs. We have a large research library. We have a scholar program that I know some of you have been a part of or will be a part of on that panel. And we have exhibition galleries, and more important for the topic today, we have very vast special collections where we have a lot of, we have rare books, we have prints and drawings and photographs, but a lot of archives, including dealers' archive, galleries, a lot of artist archives and various institutions. We do have a lot of multiples. Here is one of the boxes by Marcel Duchamp. We have a lot of architectural models as well. And as part of artist archives or other archives come often a variety of different objects. These are cellulose nitrate combs that came as part of curator Harold Zeman archive. I know you heard about plastics and their conservation yesterday. This is a hologram that came as part of the Simon Forti archive. And the object I'm going to talk today is the breast dress. And that is the object photographed, I believe, in 1978. It's basically a 1950s style weight tracing uniform on which 13 rubber latex breasts have been sewn or stitched, and it was worn by artists during the performances of this group, the waitresses performance group. And I will say more about them in a minute, but I want to show you the breast dress and how it looked when it came to us. This picture was taken about a year ago in 2019, and so you can see first of all, you can see the construction quite well, where the breasts were sewn to the dress, and then there was this kind of ribbon sewn around it. But you can see that the dress is looking a little sad. All breasts tend to sag with age, but these are sagging especially a little too much. They have become brittle and rigid, and also have even, there's losses and crumbling. You can see the stitching here is becoming undone. And these are the cotton ball, which are the type of cotton ball that women use to remove their makeup, that are under the breast, originally to give them shape, but the shape has been lost. So this object came to us as part of the Woman Building archive. The Woman Building is this a really important feminist building and institution. Here is a picture taken outside of the Women Building in 1975. It was created by 3 women in 1973, artist Judy Chicago, designer Sheila Levron de Bretteville, and then art historian Arlene Raven. And in 2018, so 2 years ago, the building itself was declared a historic and cultural monument, which will ensure its long-term preservation. But of course, it was much more than a building. And here it shows the woman doing the remodeling in 1975, and Kate Millett doing this large sculpture called Naked Lady, I believe in 1977. So the Women's Building was a safe haven and organizational center for women that operated for about 20 years, from 1973 to 1991. And it had a number of, there was a number of parts to it. There were art galleries, performance spaces, feminist-owned businesses, and perhaps more importantly, what could be described as the heart of it was the feminist studio workshop, which was actually an art education, an art school, an independent art school for women, created by women and for women, and predicated on the idea that women needed a collective, inclusive, safe environment to thrive as women artists. And it really differed from traditional art school, which put the emphasis often on painting and sculpture, which were traditionally male-dominated art form, to teach instead video, writing, performance, and also graphic design. There was, within the Women Building, there was a graphic center and a video center where women could experiment with these media and create and express themselves. So the archive of the Women Building came to the Getty Research Institute, and they include records and videos of what was happening in the building, but also a lot of archive of the individual artists, such as Barbara T. Smith or Nancy Buchanan, and also a number of collective groups that were operating under the umbrella of the Women's Building, especially the waitresses. So the waitresses, here they are, the core group, 6 of them created the group originally. The group operated from 1977 to 1984, and it was created by Jerry Allen, who's that's her wearing the Wonder Waitress t-shirt, and Anne Goldin. I believe this is Anne Goldin, who created the dress. And then the other women in the group originally were Leslie Bell, Patty Niklaus, Jamie Wilde, and Denise Yarfitz. And then over the 7 years of existence of the group, they were joined by other women collaborators who contributed in various ways. So these women, these 6 women, they realized that between the 6 of them, they had 14 years of waitressing experience together, and they realized that the idea, the figure of the waitress was the perfect metaphor or even catalyst for a woman's experience anywhere. And they decided to focus on their performances on 4 areas, 4 topics: work, money, sexual harassment, and stereotypes of women and waitresses. And they had a very specific style where they used humor. They had these small vignettes, kind of like almost like mini plays, where they had dialogues. They used slides, video, music, dance, and extensive costuming, which the dress is a part of course. And very importantly, they took their performances to the streets. They took them to restaurants and diners and coffee shops where people didn't necessarily know they were going to see a performance. And they used humor to really bring these serious topics to the audience. So here they are doing a performance in the streets, and here is the breast dress. These are, we think they are spare breasts that were made and not used for the dress and used for a performance called Beauty is Money, ready to order. And this is, again, Anne Goldin, the creator of the dress. Starting in 1981, so after 4 years of existence, the group started to expand their subject matter to include broader social and political concerns of the time, such as world hunger or nuclear threats, but always retaining this figure of the waitress. And I quote Anne Goldin when she says that they retain the image of the waitress, quote, "for she proved to be a sustaining, hardworking, and heroic metaphor," unquote. So just keeping an eye on the time. So when the object came to us, everybody loved it immediately. We just thought it's a fantastic object, and but we didn't necessarily know what it was, how to approach it from a joint curatorial and conservation point of view. Is it, well, we knew it's not a precious work of art that you're going to approach like a fancy sculpture. But was it a performance relic, in which case it would be okay to display it, you know, like this, lying down, kind of sad and you know, in damaged, or is it a performance prop still, in which case which would be more interested in showing it maybe on a mannequin standing, accompanying maybe the videos of the performances. And I don't have the time to show that today, but there's some great videos of the performances. So at the GRI, we started organizing these conservation study days, and you can see here, these are our conservation labs, where we pick an object which has interesting display or conservation challenges, and then we gather a very interdisciplinary group around it, with curators, conservators, archivists, artists when it makes sense. And here you can see that's Anne Goldin, that's here on the left. And these are my colleagues, Jonathan Formansky, who's our AV and time-based media conservator, and Melissa Huddleston, who's the co-author of this presentation, has been working on the treatment of the dress. And here, behind Anne Goldin, you can't really see him, but is Glenn Phillips, who's the curator who acquired the dress. So we were a big group that day. We invited Anne Goldin to come and talk to us about the dress, and we learned a number of things. We learned that so the dress is made of rubber latex that she cast the breast of the 13 women at the time in the performance group. She did not remember if it was the right breast or the left breast or either, but she did remember that she cast them with plaster, and then she was working, so she brushed rubber latex in this plaster cast. She did that in the trunk of her car while she was working, partly as a waitress, partly maybe in the women's building, and to make the dress, and then stitch them on this uniform. And then she also shared with us that day was a great conversation, a number of anecdotes and stories around the performances and making the dress. The dress was used in a number of performances, so she remembered some of them, but not all. And again, this is the condition of the breast right now. And I want to go back to this because you really see how it's dented here. It's really they lost their shape to an extent, and they can't support themselves. So right now, putting the dress on a mannequin is not an option. So we started. Now I'm going to talk a little bit about the conservation aspect. We reached out to colleagues in textile conservation, especially at the Met Textile Conservation Center, because they have a lot of experience trying to put costume on mannequins, which is kind of our preferred option right now. What we would like to try to get to. So we purchased these rubber masks and cut it and aged it in a hot thermal aging chamber to kind of create damage. And you see it starting to crack, it's all brittle. So we could do some tests. The mask looked creepy when we got it, but now that it's aged and cut, it's even more creepy. And here we're testing different adhesives and different methods to strengthen it. This is an infrared heating tool to try to soften the rubber without touching it. And these are tests with a material called faux shape, which is polyester. And the funny story behind that is my colleague Melissa did these during the COVID pandemics. She was stuck at home, but she got the material to do some tests on them. And so she did some tests shaping this material over a lemon to see how much she could shape it and maybe use it later to support the breast dress. And so right now the treatment is not complete. We're still in this testing phase. So what we did is just simply encapsulate the breast dress, as we call it, in an oxygen-free environment. So here are the oxygen scavengers. And we're put a little data logger to monitor temperature and humidity. And we hope to complete the treatment quite soon. And to be able to display the dress. Again, as I said, our preferred option for that would be to really display the dress on a mannequin to show how it was worn during the performances. And I think what I especially love, I think it's a fantastic object. Seeing the object really makes the idea of these performances come to life and make it more present. So I hope we can really display it together with the videos. And I love with these case studies of like the intersection of really tricky technical challenges around the conservation together with some more almost curatorial and also philosophical questions around what's this object and how do we approach it and how do we display it. And with that, I will stop here and thank you for your attention.
Muchas gracias, Rachel.
Thank you so much, Rachel, for your wonderful presentation. Thank you for the case that you presented. We will now continue with the presentation by María José Herrera. She has a degree in art by the University of Buenos Aires. She's a curator and an investigator of the National Museum of Fine Arts between 1987 and 2012. She's a full professor of conservation expertise and conservatorship. She teaches culture in the same university. She has founded the group of studies on museums and exhibitions. She has been granted a scholarship by the Rockefeller Foundation, Antorchas Foundation, and the National Gallery of Art in Washington. Curator and critique. She published 100 Years of Argentinian Art. Maria Jose, we will listen to what you have to say. Good afternoon to you all. Your presentation, your introductory remarks are really very good. I hope I can contribute with mine. My topic is monochrome, materiality, and how these monochromes imply contemplation and participation. I will refer to two presentations that form part of this. These were in 2012, and following that, monochrome as a micro narrative. This is in the Recoleta exhibition in 2010. I was saying that as part of the reductionistic practice of contemporary art, monochrome, a painting, sculpture, or object, is some sort of type of material and conceptual exploration with great symbolic wealth. They flow into the experimentation of monochromes that we presented, that were born at the cradle of modern art, contemporary realistic avant-garde, White on White, in 1918 by Malevich as a flagship. What follows are the monochromes, giving way to a number of different themes. They talk about the history of painting, from the subject matter down to the meaning, the quality as objects and their self-reference. What you see is what you get. And they were referring to the autonomy of concrete forms. Monochrome was resignified in contemporary art in view of the goals of the national and local tradition, developing some critique to centers of art and perception put forward by avant-garde. Along these lines, contemporary monochrome has a long tradition in Argentina that connects it to art, to neo-constructivism in the 1940s and its opposites, such as informality in the matter. Both trends, geometry and informalist, created distinctive local pieces. Artists such as Santantonin are part of this variant of monochrome that come from informality. Next one, please. This is the exhibition in 2019 in the MSC Gallery in Buenos Aires. And we were thinking about the following. When we saw these images, we saw that this is the contemplation of vacuum being mesmerized by matter, or the sections of representation, the micro-narrative implied by the single color that pivots around itself. It plays with the limits of genders and disciplines. It refers to the borders, conceptual or physical margins, and the meaning of it.
Los monocromos volumétricos de Eduardo Costa, la siguiente.
Volumetric monochromes. This work, this is a sculpture technique of Eduardo Acosta. He was born in Argentina. It's acrylic painting, layer over layer. It provides the painting with a condition that it used to lack. It's three-dimensional. Marcelo Bouchosa, born in 1956 in Buenos Aires, plays with iridescence in the paintings. Light, three-dimension, appears with light on them. Horacio Zavala, in natural monochromes, born in Buenos Aires 1943, with adobe and leather monochromes, he shows matter as natural being. He revalues the history of culture. So this is the work of three artists, and their relation with monochrome is cut by a visual and theoretical discourse on materiality. The work of Acosta of 1994, a new genre, volumetric paintings. It brings into crisis traditional type of paintings. With acrylics, the audience is in the conceptual fashion. He abstracts them from the idea that they are not sculptures and they are paintings because they are made with paint. So with that statement, he marks materiality. A third dimension shows up in paintings like this, material tautology.
In la performance, la lección de anatomía,
in the performance anatomy lesson of the Fine Arts Museum in Buenos Aires, Costa showed what is there and you cannot see. He opened fruits in front of an audience that became part of the fiction, and they agreed that painting is an illusion, a form of representation only. Next.
Esta es la sandía antes de ser abierta, y la otra.
This is the watermelon before opened. This is the watermelon inside with the fruit and the seeds, everything that you cannot see. Following the same path, Costa brought its nature volumetric paintings to other fields, spheres, cylinders, and then to total abstraction with expanded monochromes. This is an egg that was opened in the performance. The raw egg comes out as he breaks the egg. Broken up eggs to show the interior. And these are then volumetric paintings, monochromatic, representing this one is a blue wedge, as it's called. And Costa says, I try to change perception, and I quote, my volumetric monochrome, it's not just understanding the color nature, but it's the capacity to imagine large volumes of a given color. They're colorful on the outside, but on the inside too. We only look at it outside, but we imagine its substance, interior. These 3D and 2D monochromes make me think on how monochrome occurs in nature. We had pigeons, white swans, just to give you some examples in the animal realm. The animals are white on the outside, but on the inside, there's plenty of color. Monochrome affects the surface of the object. However, other natural monochromes like marble, milk, semen, they are the unconscious manifestation of volumes, giving in to colors in their total mass. This is a fragment of an ocean, as it is entitled. Marcelo Bouchosa, two plain monochromes. Here again, he alludes to a portion of color that refers to the total whole color. Color is color and space. He makes an emphasis on the 3D nature of color, and his square monochromes become receptacles of light. Iridescent light. They reflect light around light, depending on the angle you observe them from. It has different shine coatings and color changes and shades as you walk along the work. If you look from this side, the colors are more intense. They look, each square has a different depth, and that helps with three-dimensionality. Mica in dust, the mineral produced in iridescence, is part of that. Part of his monochromes. Here you see the changing colors. It looks blue if you look at it from the front, but if you look from the sides, it looks green. Some monochromes are framed by a white painting. This reminds us that painting, that color is a portrait of the world. I'm interested in color as itself, as pigment and our color. My monochromes are dense screens, the superposition of many layers of color, one over the other. Each monochrome has a different shade of color. The depth of the frame makes it look different as they form a grid on the wall. The installation, for example, I showed earlier, it's a subtle deviation from what the color you expect to see is. Zavala gathers monochromes in a hypothesis. For mathematical thinking and linguistic thinking are statements based on assumptions that you must prove through investigation. A hypothesis is a closed world, a poetry of signs that refuse to reveal their secret. This enigma shows the beauty of language and reason, the world of relations that visual arts establishes without the need to be decoded. From the pure color of monochromes, Zavala moved on to natural monochromes, leather and adobe. This is the adobe monochrome that he built in the Art Museum of Tigre. Purity is in the mix, he called it. I want you to see the construction process. 1,000 kilograms of mud. The first construction. This is the first architectural shape used in Delta. Adobe is the oldest construction technique. Here is the finished work. It's a huge monochrome of mud, of adobe. Purity is in the mix, and the aesthetic lies there. He quotes a poet, Ferlosio, and brings it to the world of art. Objects, images are never pure. In my artistic work, I don't see the need to immaculate atemporal perfection or purity. On the contrary, I believe that any sensible production or artistic production is exposed to free interpretation, the emergence of contingency, and ignorance of what exists. In art, mix is more than just a technique for procedure. It's deployment. It's an opening experience that leads to shape, concepts, and materials. The same and the different. Purity is in the mix. It refers to purity originating from mixture. Its origin and authenticity is the proximity to the origin. But if purity appears, it's in the view of the beholder on what is thought and said. It's in the mix of the imaginary and the real and the dreamed. To conclude, I've pointed out some elements. I don't have time to dwell in them clearly, but these artists consider color as material and space in all cases, and they agree that the viewer has an active role in construction, in understanding the work with a monochrome. All of them emphasize different aspects of that. Costa says that training the eye with the visual knowledge of a color. So for him, art is knowledge of colors. Bechosa looks for a mild, subtle change in the color you expect to see. He aims at perception, actually. And Zavala points out an openness, contemplating nature per se. It's a ecological message, being nature, a path to knowledge. And I think the three artists point out how relevant monochromes still are in current days. Thank you.
Bueno, muchas gracias, María José, por tu fantástica presentación.
Thank you so much, María José. We have many questions coming through, but we'll move on to the last presentation by Florencia Bassano. Florencia is an assistant curator of Latin American art at the University of Texas at Austin. He's curator of exhibits, Arts Without Borders, Dreams from the Self-Help to Studios, and What Matters, Latin American Art and Language. She assisted in curating the permanent exhibit, part of a project You Belong Here in 2017. Before Blankton, she worked at the Hartford Arts Center of Stanford University and the Smithsonian Museum of American Art in Washington, D.C. She's been a teacher of the history of art for years, and she's been published extensively. A book by Liliana Porter, The Arts of Simulation of 2018. She received her PhD in the Texas Austin University, and she has a PhD in art history of the University of New Mexico, Albuquerque. Florencia, you have the floor. Thank you so much for the invite. I'm delighted to be amongst all of you. Delighted, super interesting presentations. My presentation is called The Gray and the White Cubes, the Art of Logistics. Often in the museum you say the white cube, a neutral room where you present a work of art where the level of contextualization varies depending on the curatorial objective, purpose. I'll show you what art history books say, the background of exhibits. This practice takes place in a space, and we may call it the gray cube. This gray cube depends on the budgets and logistic capability you may have. So it can be a warehouse, unpacking facilities, a place where you set up the works, and it's only for a temporary time that it expands into the white cube while the technical team works setting up the work. So the gray cube practices might be similar to the artist workshop. So the technicians in the museum might be artists themselves, used to handling carefully production materials and the work of art itself. So, based on my experience as part of the Branton Museum of Art, they set up this wonderful work of Frida Baranek in a permanent room for Latin American contemporary art. The installation was led by Cassandra Smith. She's the head of exhibits and collections, and it was led by Beverly Adams too, another American art curator. This sector in the gallery where Baranek's exhibit was built to celebrate a BRASA meeting that was going to be held in March 2020. It was actually suspended because of COVID pandemic. But the room is dedicated to contemporary Brazilian artists. As you see here, in the room, we have the following works. We have Brendan Gertani, you will see there, Gerda Brentani. These are her watercolors. It is set up on the wall directly, masterpiece in absentia of Marcel Duchamp. And on the screen is a video also entitled Bestiario by Lais Miria. On the room next to it, on the other side, you can see the permanent installation, Misión Misiones, on how to build a cathedral. It's a space outside the gallery, but it's an important work with materials that we can discuss on for long and long, but that will be the reason for another meeting. Vanessa Davidson, our new curator, added on the other side of the room a piece of Valesca Suarez, an express horizon. It is built with 19 boxes. It is decorated wood boxes. It's decorated with landscapes. On the other side of Baranek's sculpture, you have transparent drops. It's a 360 twist in turn in this contemporary art room. These are the details of Leda Katunda's work. So plenty can be said about the broad array of techniques and materials that all these artists use. I will only focus on Frida Baranek's because we're short of time, but this is part of her series Air Drawings. They are produced with industrial materials such as wire and metal plates. All of them rotten. Because of the sizing and scale, this rotten material seems to be recovered scraps. These are industrial or fragile domestic materials. Because of the shape, it reminds of a nest, a twirl, or a giant bush, a dried bush. It's a random, natural rhythm. It's almost threatening to see. The sculpture is fascinating because of the tension in its materiality. It's natural and industrial. It's precarious, but then it is threatening. The materials might be dangerous. This is a real factor when presenting it to the public. It came to the museum as a gift from Patricia Cisneros, but when we decided to exhibit it, it took months to find an answer to questions such as, is it risky to cut your fingers when you are setting up the sculpture? What happens if a kid of the thousands of primary school children we have circulating around our library, museum falls on it and the oxidated wire cuts his skin and he can get tetanus out of it? So given the sizing of the room, the work would have been safer against a wall and surrounded with a platform to protect children from the work and the work from children, if you know what I mean. It helped a lot to plan on the work the instructions that we received from Frida. She lives part of her year in Miami, the rest of the year in New York, and she sent her instructions. These cartoons, videos explaining the nature of the materials and how to set up the work. The wire purchased and oxidated in the open air is very flexible. You can manage it with regular work gloves. The metal plates and wire was easier to manage than expected. However, we encountered several difficulties when setting it up. We resolved it logistically by cooperation in between several departments. We had the Frida's Baranek's support in it as well. Originally, the work was designed to be hanging from the roof, you should know. And here we have the artist hanging it in the first production from the roof of a gallery, of her workshop. But all galleries have very high ceilings. It's part of the design of our museum. So you can see how far the ceiling is from the top of the sculpture. Our technical team, led by Kirk Aldrich, had to design a special support with very strong wires, but only almost invisible, falling from the ceiling at an oblique angle, holding a metal part of the sculpture that is also connected to the wall. I think that between the wires, you can see there this structure, a metal frame that is hidden by the oxidated wire, so it become invisible. The installation had to be planned with the firefighter department because our fire detection system works with lasers, that laser lights that move from one side to the other in the room, and we cannot interfere with those detectors, light detectors and smoke detectors. The artist also suggested that we build a floating roof so that the design would fit her original design. But we couldn't do that because we had the sprinklers that are part of our fire system. The floating roof is still part of the documents of the work. So the next time it is set up in a gallery, in our museum or any other, it can be considered. Next. With the support of Frida Baranek, we made some changes in the shape so it would fit better its new space, the white cube in the gallery. So we had to change the proportions mildly and produce additional wire following the artist's instruction, this tangled wire. We understood that once it's dismantled, it's not necessary to save all the wire. All we need to keep is part of the plates and part of the wire that it helps in the future when it's rebuilt to set it up again. The artist agreed with that. That solves a problem with solves the problem of large works. With time, the wire will continue oxidating. It will become too brittle, too fragile to be used. So that limits the duration of the work. The artist authorized us to exchange part of the oxidated wire, and that helps in the savings of the museum. In the gray cube, we keep lots of wires. Blanton, we lack storage facilities. So we have to say part of our works with specialized companies who have high security and very costly systems. Those specialized warehouses are very costly. it's from $600 to $1,500. In the case of Frida Baranek's work, it was packed in 6 boxes with a total space of 5.8 cubic meters. The annual cost for storage in those facilities was almost $5,000. That cost is only one of the aspects that we should consider when you acquire a work, though the museum has to ask itself, are we able to afford the storage and conservation costs of the work?
The complexity of materials in some pieces of art, they may present a great diversity of obstacles and opportunities. For technical and curatorial teams, they cooperate creatively in order to solve these issues and manage for the pieces to stand out in the white cube in the gallery. In general, we compare artists' creativity with that of the vision or the curatorial script. With the notion of the gray cube and by Baranek piece, I suggest there is another additional level of creativity and aesthetic activity run by the technical staff members who work in close cooperation with the piece Materiality. Thank you. Thank you very much, Florencia, for your wonderful presentation. We have come down to the point where we'll be briefly going over a number of issues. Before that, I wanted to remind people who are getting us through the transmission to send over their questions to conferenciavirtual@untref.edu.ar. And while we get questions sent over to us, I'd like to briefly touch upon a number of aspects in order to open up the discussion in the panel session that is bringing us together, called Contemporary Materiality in Aesthetic and Curatorial Processes. The participation of 2 curators, an artist and a conserver, show how this interdisciplinary dynamic comes to play that supposes how to think materiality. Along those lines, I say this briefly. This idea of the poetry of materials that was recovered by Boluska gained momentum, thinking about art materiality as a living one, as something that somehow faces the working dynamics. This is related to the artist's work, but also to the work, going back to what Florencia said, creative work.
Los equipos técnicos, los equipos curatoriales y los departamentos de conservación.
And the conservation departments. There is this work by the materiality that is broadly creative. And I give the floor just in case you'd like to make a comment in your presentations while we receive the questions from the audience. If you'd like to get started by a question, you might as well get started.
María José.
Hey. Sí, yo me preguntaba cuando Florencia contaba
When Florencia was talking about the difficulty keeping the pieces in the technical stores in the museum, how about the criteria continue to be above conservation criteria? Because Blanton's building is a new one, especially done for a museum that had some pieces for we knew which they were. There was a historical existence. in order to have quite a truthful idea of the spaces that are needed in order to store what they have. This is my conclusion. Many times, architects or those who decide the architectural section of a new museum is going to be like they prioritize exhibition spaces above those to host or to hold pieces. It is for safety reasons. Of course, that's an important thing to consider, but since we have a panel session with Rachel with us, she can contribute on these issues of political division of spaces in museums. That's how I would call it. I believe it is quite a problem all in all. And it is the result, a problem that came about from our success in expanding collections and collecting more Latin American art and art from other areas. I believe it is a problem that all museums will have, because there will come a point where the collection is so broad that it won't get into the museum. So we have to enable new spaces to store the piece. These new spaces come at a cost. You can consider a very big storehouse, but there will come a point in time where that won't be enough in order to hold all the heritage the museum has. It's somehow logic, and it's a good problem to have, all things considered, because it means indirectly so that the museum collection is growing.
I think it's a problem that museums are thinking about more and more. I know as an archive, we do think about it because our acquisitions are often, we have small objects and items, but sometimes we have enormous archives coming to us, and so space is definitely a problem. There was quite an interesting article recently about this idea of whether museums should keep everything. Sometimes you get a donation where you have to take 200 works, but really you want 5 out of these 200. So there was a bit of an ethical dilemma whether institutions should maybe give some of their works to smaller institutions. That would be, at what point do you decide it's enough, because it's the space, and then it's also the maintenance behind it. If you have air conditioning, it's the cost of air conditioning. If you have the staff to maintain it and all of it. So I think definitely in these times where we're thinking more of sustainability, it's more of a concern.
Sí, a mí me gustaría como...
Yes, I'd like to kind of observe or see that what Florencia and what Rachel have considered in their presentation in connection to how this knowledge and material creative processes migration, as is very clear in this notion of the gray cube, which is very attractive, Florencia, I should say, because of course the origin of that is stemming from the artist and from the teams that they create and the problems for the artist himself or herself, meaning the same problem that you, Rachel, are talking about in connection to the museum. How do you go about conserving that which you invented? How feasible is it for an artist to keep in storage that which they presented in a more ephemeral manner for an installation that was space dependent, and then you have nowhere to keep storage of it? The problem that relates to sustainability, material sustainability, how you go about your discourses or the narratives. Isn't that right, Rachel? In your presentation, we have a clear understanding of the energy in those photos, in those buildings, in those groups of women. Everything focused and migrated in a group of women. And I believe that is the case. The problem, the question Maria Jose asked Florencia in connection to the institution is much at the same time a problem with the artist. If I have a volume with 50,000 figures suspended in space, what do I do with that? I mean, you end up having the same problem, and then you have to make the same decisions. That is, what should I store and what should I rule out simply just because I cannot conserve it? So it gives me the feeling that there are kind of remains. Remains are re-elaborated in a creative manner as well as in terms of knowledge by the others who received that. And maybe that, partly so, is connected to the experience of the artistic production, not just as matter, but as one that personifies resources and living histories. So we are kind of uh, putting the whole thing forward. Artists' instructions are important because you can install your own piece or you can send over instructions for that matter. But I always think about what will happen in 100 years' time. How would their installations fare if the piece goes to a museum? Then you reconstruct, you rebuild the energy that the artist has inscribed on the piece and on how it looks when installed. It's an act of creation, of recreation, and I am highly interested in what Rachel had to say. Try and determine to what point you recreate the piece, that of the breasts, where you create some sort of model, a scale model, whether you place it on a mannequin or whether you restore it. I don't have a solution to that, at least so. I wonder what the limits are, what is the right way to go, how much is too much. We keep going further and then it becomes a creative act in and of itself. Well, Florencia's comment, Rachel, is very timely. And there are two questions that come from the audience in connection to these instructions for Voluspa. And Voluspa, from the audience, they ask whether there is any conservation protocol for the floating sculpture on Hysteria, that the departing point are all those hundreds bits and pieces of cut images. Can you please say something about it? I was very briefly commenting on my introductory remark, understanding these crises, these creative crises, material crises, crises that have to do with knowledge. In my own specific case, they have caused me to learn other knowledge, and then I had to partner up with other people who are knowledgeable in subject matters I'm no expert of. My two partners are architects. They are far more orderly than I am. They know how to do things I don't know how to do. They master 3D programs. And when I got started, I had no clue, but I kind of needed something that would help me think about it. So today we do have sketches that have been quite well developed, but there always is something that you do lose down the road. I mean, whatever you manage to conserve, maybe the files, instructions, documents, and some sort of materiality. Packaging that piece is so costly. It takes so much effort. As Florencia was saying, the job of producing it, putting it in the package, then sending it over and assembling it and introducing it in the exhibition, it involves so many pieces and so many people. At Malba, when we had the installation, there was no even the necessary infrastructure in place to do so. And the teams that would cooperate at Malba, they consist of artists. They are very good teams. So we engaged in this creative discussion. How do we go about hanging this from a place no one ever before hanged anything? And there's no way about it. So no doubt you work a lot in creative and discursive terms with teams that work in those institutions. And what is it that remains after the fact? What can remain? I mean, if you were willing to again assemble in our regions here, the architecture of the building already changed. So we have these remains. And Rachel said that when she introduced her case, artists' instructions and that of the partners, but somehow the experience of the gray cube is lost down the way. And I think it would be really very interesting to think how you conserve this experience, which is super creative by teams and by institutions. They manage solutions where artists sometimes have to go there and interact. And these should be part of the process of conservation and the conscience of how this production gets stored on file.
When you conserve something, there is always a loss. When you get to the point that you need to conserve it, it's always a compromise because you've lost something. So I was curious. Sometimes you have a loss of meaning because the materials have lost so much of their shape that they don't support the meaning anymore. And sometimes I was wondering with the work of Voluspa, which is so embedded in political and social events, if Voluspa, you worry sometimes of a loss of context that will make it more difficult for the viewer to fully experience the work and its meaning.
Sí, con la obra de los archivos la he puesto.
Yes, with the piece that I had on file, on records, I put myself to the test along the lines of what you were asking. The first few pieces started in Chile, and in Chile, those materials had a lot of social relevance and meaning. I started to receive invitations on the part of other institutions in Europe, for instance, in order to start again the action of the Library over History at the Bern Museum. That was my first time. And I said, what is the meaning behind the books for the audience here? No doubt they will have not the same meaning it has for the Chilean, Argentinian, or Brazilian audiences who were involved in my first few exhibitions. I was filled up with doubts, and facing this to be, or making the other people face this, well, made a different kind of sense. What is the purpose behind a person living in Bern purchasing a book that has to do with the history in the south of the Americas? Well, the piece got dematerialized because, people take part of it and they leave behind a subjective answer. And based on the subjective answer, I could have some feedback. Why are you taking home this in this other location on the other side of the ocean? And we have featured it 6 times already in different places and in different ways. And I should say that there is a universal factor that pops up. Of course, the local power gets lost down the way, but it gains some sort of universal feedback in connection to power, in connection to espionage or the sovereignty countries have, those countries that are kind of intervened by others. So people start responding based on their subjective approach. In Bern, they refer to the Stasi records, the records that were kept during the Cold War. It's a subjective answer. In the specific case of these piece, feedback is part and parcel of the piece. The piece gets diluted amongst those who take them back home with them. And I end up having an answer, which is a manuscript on a piece of paper that gets written in a multiplicity of languages. And then I have to go out and see what it is all about. I even got some answers in Braille, the French style. So imagine how complex that becomes. For me, as the recipient of those reactions. Of course, the local power gets lost down the path, but then you gain a universal significance. Maybe the local history, we don't grasp it fully, but we do understand the meaning behind it, the meaning behind power, and the ways about it. The Cold War is something that you can universally grasp and understand. So this is the experience I've had so far, having featured my piece in 6 different locations already. People kind of construct, they give humanitarian meaning to the whole thing. We have 2 more questions on the part of the audience. One goes to Oluspa and the other one goes to Maria Jose. And I'll read them out loud so that we can continue conversing. This is for Voluspa, focusing on the significance, on the meaning, the symbolic dimension of materiality. So a question from the audience is, what is the difference that you find among the possibilities that the paper grants you and the possibilities that acrylic gives you when giving significance or meaning to your pieces? And this briefly goes to Maria Jose. This is a question in connection to how you went about the monochrome piece that was installed in the ocean and whether after the exhibition it got destroyed. So I'll briefly get back to the question so that I'll give more time to Maria Jose. That's an interesting one. You know, when I started with los papeles, with papers, they were quite ephemeral, and we took the machine down to an extreme, down to an end, the way it would cut. No commercial, no other commercially available machine would have been willing to do so because it was even dangerous. The paper was extremely thin and frail. It was rendered extremely frail, as in my fantasy, in my crazy fantasy, I wanted this to be thin and I wanted this to be conserved as a symbol or as an image. I ended up changing paper over time by acrylic, aiming at conservation, solving the conservation issue. One of the big problems in information, this is just so I can give you some dimension. There are 300,000 documents that have been taken out of records of, that have been revealed. So we needed to go over this and we wanted to work on this. And I didn't want this to be lost down the path initially. So the frailty of paper looked quite interesting. And there are quite a few of them that are based on a paper format. But then I said, I need to conserve this because I need this to be frozen or suspended so that it won't get degraded. Sometimes, you know, all the plethora of information that is posted on the web gets lost down the drain. Anything in connection to the North American agencies, in connection to Latin America, that information gets lost. So that change had to do with that. As Gabriela says, in a way, it was meant to look for material that would preserve memory so it wouldn't get lost as as it typically happens with digital records. Maria Jose, as to the Zavala monochrome, it's an interesting experience. It had to do with my invitation to 4 contemporary artists to interpret some aspects of the Museum of Art in Tigre. That was the first exhibition that happened in my term in office in 2014. I wanted to talk about the history behind the building, about that place in the province of Buenos Aires that was so much of a standard bearer for the society when on vacations. It was the first place where the casino got opened. It had many sides to this that were quite interesting. I showed photos, photo records, and also the turn of the century technologies, photography, the films at the time, and I got artists interested in this so that they would present whatever was not part of the building, but which was actually something that was connected to that. I mean, something that was not there, but which should that should be there. One of the artists, Jorge Gamarra, said, I'd like for there to be one of the local elements, mimbre. When I invited him there, and he said, the river is not present here. It's outside, but it is not inside. It's a French style building, and it doesn't have what the Delta constructions have. So he was already thinking about that idea of monochrome, in that he was thinking about using mortar and other materials, gigantic adobe, and he also referred to wicker, a white cube that was quite difficult for him. It was challenging. How will you place 1 ton of clay on the floors that are already 100 years old in this museum? And everything was a major challenge. Borrowing on your classification, Florencia, it was a major challenge for this gray cube because we had to build it. We had to summon an architect that is an expert in Adobe. And well, in the last 6 years, it's becoming more fashionable. A lot is being built with Adobe and with wicker because it has a lot of resistance. It's a technique that is actually not cheap, but it is very resistant, and it's quite inspiring. So we had to call upon the expert, took a panel in the museum that was no longer in use, and Zavala, who is an architect and he knows about techniques, and the people in the museum who started to try how resistant the floor of the museum was. It's a floating wood floor. How were the chances? What were the chances? So that at that point they could have sufficient capacity to withstand 1 ton of it, where you would add that slowly but surely. That got built in around 3 to 4 days, so it would get dry. And as it got dry, materials that hadn't been thought for that were added, such as mushrooms and the bugs, as of course they dry, some fungal material and some bugs came out as a natural process. That was an interesting process for the Adobe expert and all the staff members in the museum. At no point did we think that that could be stored or rebuilt in a second occasion, because that was basically some sort of drill or simulation of Adobe, having a wooden structure, and then Adobe would dry and fall down to pieces and not exist anymore. But it was interesting that after that, Horacio took several tests to have portable Adobe monochromes. And that was quite complex for him. It's a material that is size dependent. It depends a lot on the size. The conclusion being that he could, of course, take a chance on that. But then, as Florencia was saying, with the piece by the Brazilian artist, the monochrome had been placed on this kind of floating floor, and the security guards said, this may fall down, it may fall forward. And so at a week's time, it had some sort of, reinforcement, some legs from behind so that it wouldn't fall down. But then the next week they said it may fall on the other side. So we built another scaffold around it, other legs. Of course, it wouldn't bend on the side. That would have been impossible. But it was some sort of horrible rain on the cube in the museum. That is what it ended up being. It smelled terrible. It was very heavy. It would end up getting destroyed. Everything happened around it, but it was wonderful because the beauty of it was kind of wild, I would say. And it's quite remarkable and memorable. So that is the story behind it. Well, just a brief comment for the last minutes that we are having left, just in case you'd like to comment anything else. This relates to the 4 presentations. We see how the artistic contemporary materiality shakes up the whole notion of categories, file or record materials and objects to be exhibited. I believe that Voluspa's piece clearly works upon these limits that are quite porous, but again, Rachel's steps, the ones that Florencia and Maria Jose showed us, and maybe you could, in the next few minutes that we are left, you could comment on something so we can wrap up.
Yo diría que go ahead, Rachel, go ahead.
Just a very brief comment I was going to say. I think to me it is the beauty of some of these works that are sometimes meant to destabilize the institutions and criticize them or definitely question them, and then we have to we're left with them. So but it's, to me, it's also the beauty of the challenge, and that's the opportunity to work with the artist and with a whole range of colleagues, which is why I do what I do.
Sí, estoy completamente de acuerdo. Son un desafío.
Totally agree. They're a challenge. We need to be creative when facing them, but it opens up wonderful opportunities to be in contact with the artists and to work jointly in the technical, building cabinets, metal scaffolding, many things that I know curators are not that familiar with, but it gives you the chance to have a new view from an exhibit and from the work in a museum. So we need to give in, right? We need to give in and flow with it. We lose, but we gain. Some works are just temporary. They were meant to be temporary. You cannot preserve them forever. So give in to your wish. Forget about preserving and curating and preserving and conserving. Let go. Time passes. It's normal. Accept it. We might learn from theater and drama on that. It happened once and it was a memory. That's true. And it works in particular with artists whose artistry has a connection with this expiration date. In the monochrome, there's that. The problem is when deterioration occurs in a work that does not communicate expiration, and we misunderstand preservation. So it's this connection in between poetry, conservation, and the history of the exposition of a work. It's a field of study, certainly, because the story of work being exhibited, it helps. It helps preserve, it helps reduce risks, if I may. Yes, it's certainly funny to remember the practice of art, everyone involved in it. We always cut across private life, institutions, categories. That's why we love it, certainly. And matter becomes an element that is feasible of making with. I remember when I was preparing the Bienal of Sao Paulo, 150 files, laser cut company. It was, those laser cuts are very hard to get, and this was a personal job as someone who wanted to do it, accepted to do it. And he calls me at 4 a.m. and he tells me, my shop burnt down. It was his disaster and it was my disaster, and I didn't know what to do. You're always on the edge, you know, it's the edge of procedures, at the edge of work. He had to start his company from scratch, because his company had burned down, and I had to look for a new provider of the laser cuts. And then there was the books. No, my work implies that people takes away the books, and they said I cannot buy it, and I said, well, but that's what the work is. You end up with nothing. A lot of people have it. Well, a museum cannot have it because a lot of people have it. So we are always crossing limits.
Me acordé al respecto de materiales, todas las...
About materials, I remember the polemics of Meireles, Las Misiones, Florencia, that you showed, with bones, cow bones, organic material stuck to it. Florencia, do you want to tell us about that? Yes, it was filled with bugs. All the bones had to go to a cold chamber so that cold would kill the bugs, and it was recently reinstalled. Children love it. The idea is that the public could walk around it and touch things, but some children started throwing around the coins, trying to touch things in the center. It's an invitation to play to the audience. But we had to renew the whole material by more wafers. I have beautiful pictures of that. I can show it, how we renewed the work with wafers and coins, and it's part of the idea. Renewable materials are part of the work, but it's certainly an interesting challenge. All right, great. Thank you so much. We've reached the end of the panel. It's been a wonderful discussion. Thank you, Voluspa, Maria Jose, Rachel, Florencia. Thanks for participating and being part of this meeting. Thank you so much to everyone following us live, but stay tuned. We will continue with Argentine and contemporary modern art.
Muchas gracias por acompañarnos. Estamos con
Good
esta...
afternoon. Thank you for joining us. We are here on the presentation of the Material Library of Argentina. This is the second meeting of the Interdisciplinary Studies of Materiality in Contemporary and Modern Art. Thanks for joining us. The organization of the meeting is all very happy. We're very happy. We're mostly women and we're very happy for the audience that we have attracted. In this panel, we have wonderful speakers. Marta Mayer, Carlota Beltrame, Matilde Marin, and Teresa Pereda. These are artists that have contributed to the Library of Materials. We have the director of the center, Materia, heading the project. They will tell us about the project. The idea is to check the soul, this interdisciplinary perspective that the center has: materiality, artistic production, conservation, chemical studies. All these characterizes the work we have, interdisciplinarity. I'll introduce you to the speakers. Gabriela, she has a PhD in the history of arts. She's a researcher of CONICET Argentina. She is a director of the Materia Center. She is part of UNTREF. She's a regular professor of the University of Buenos Aires and UNTREF. She was at the Thinker Professor of the University of Texas, Austin. John Simon Guggenheim Fellow in 2006-2007 and Getty Scholar in 2016. She has written the book Pigments and Powers in the Andes, and she's published several books like Materia Americana. Marta Mayer has a PhD in chemical sciences. She is head of the Department of Organic Chemistry in the University of Buenos Aires and key researcher of UNICEF. She's co-director of Materia Center, and she researches materials, textiles, archaeological ceramics, colonial art, and mass spectrometry. So I now give the floor to them so that they can tell us about the project of the Library of Materials. Thank you so much, Agustina. I'm delighted to have reached this stage after listening for 2 days a wonderful debate on modern contemporary materiality. All that we've heard about grants meaning to what we are introducing today. As Anne Cartier-Bresson said today, modern contemporary materiality is at the core of the issue. And from the beginning of creation of the Materia Center, our research center in UNTREF, since its inception, I thought of the need to create a forum to reflect research on modern and contemporary materiality in Argentina, in Argentine art. And so the idea came into being of a library of materials. This is our society, a partnership we started with Marta years ago. We've been working for long on materiality. But it was necessary to progress on a set of knowledge, and we have so many samples of old art, antique art, that is a sort of library of materials, a physical library of antique materials. So in the library, we decided we should follow two lines. On the one hand, the study of materials, the physical, chemical, and historical elements of materials. Marta will talk about that in particular from the chemical perspective. And for that, we need the materials of artists. So it feeds back in sample collection of works, and then having the artists provide, in specific cases, provide us with their materials. But then on the other hand, we know that this is not the same as with old antique art. We need to hear the voices of artists, historians of art. We don't always ask artists. You know, it's the side of the cook, the side of the kitchen where everything is prepared, the workshop. So the library of materials brings these two elements together so that we reach something that I heard of being mentioned in the previous panel. In my texts, I refer to that. Understanding the poetry of materials. It was mentioned in the previous panel, understanding the poetry of materials. And now I give the mic to Marta because she will explain what this line on research is. And then I'll talk about the interviews. Thank you. Thank you, Agustina. And yes, modern contemporary materials. Us chemists were also concerned about them because we come from a long tradition of studying materials, but antique materials, antique forms of working that were reflected in treatises. And then suddenly you come across materials that are completely different from what we've been studying. And these require a different approach. I'm going to share with you a few slides.
Ahí se ve. Sí. ¿Se ve? Bueno. Sí. De cómo nos iniciamos con Gaby
And how we started with Gaby on this adventure on modern materials with the work of Antonio Berni. We started a project to study not just materials, but the way the artist work, his technique. And so we did it through a series of analytical techniques, the ones that I usually use at the laboratory. We have part of the equipment at UNTREF, the other part is at the laboratory, at the organic chemistry laboratory in the School of Chemistry in cooperation with INTI, the National Institute of Technology. You know, it expanded our technical analytical capacity. With all these, we can approach the study of materials. Marta, can you put slideshow?
Perdón, perdón. Sí. Ahí está.
Perfecto, gracias. Now it looks better. Thank you. In particular, here you see our equipment, a fluorescence X-ray gun that we acquired at the Materia Center. It's a very useful tool. We can do non-invasive testing, no need for sample collection of works. And that way, we have a first view on the pigments or primers that the artist has used. This helps before sample collection, because when you reach the moment when you want to collect a sample, you collect the sample based on a prior analysis you collected with these tools. In general, material and contemporary materials are different. Pigments, many pigments are synthetic.
En la época colonial,
things did not exist in the colonial age. Pictorial techniques are different. In different areas, fluorescence always showed zinc as an element. So that hinted at the fact that the primer of this work was probably done with zinc oxide. We proved it later with other techniques. Knowing that the primer was zinc oxide is an important piece of information for considering deterioration, because zinc oxide with the dryers of oil forms soaps. Those soaps in the oils may appear with time on the surface of the work, and it shows up as protuberance, as some relief in the work. So beware of the primer, because it can affect what happens in the future with the work. This technique did not enable the identification of organic materials. So when you don't see something that suggests inorganic matter, that might be a hint that there might be something organic in the work. We also expanded the study of Bernie's work, not just that painting from the Fine Arts Museum, but other works. This portrait was also studied from a museum in Santa Fe, and we studied in our quick study some murals at a gallery in Santa Fe to understand what pigments he used, and with that we selected special locations where to collect samples to go deep into our study. Modern materials compared to old materials have not aged yet, not enough, in some cases faster than others, as the antique materials. So with the old materials, there's plenty of studies done. We know perfectly well what happens with oils, what problems you may encounter, what pigments you might be more deteriorated with time. So we have broad knowledge on the old materials. But if you review current scientific documents on modern materials, you'll see that in the last 10 years or less, new articles have been published on synthetic polymers, synthetic pigments, the effects of the environment on materials, in the case of sculptures that are left outdoors. So the chemical sciences are particularly interested in studying the materials because of the challenge they pose. Because most of the times, one single piece of work has a mixture of synthetic materials. Bernie, for example, you find metal, paper, oils. So there's a broad array of materials in the work, and one influences the other. Lately, work in cooperation with Gabriela Baldomar. This is polyurethane foam Thea showed yesterday at the opening conference these foams. And then again, this material is problematic. Small pieces of the foam crumble apart. So as we study these foams, this sculpture is made with commercially available foam. It comes on a spray. It's used to fill out and close pipes, domestic use foam. And so there's a series of problems with it. The same as with the paintings, you can cover them with this polyurethane foam. Special kinds of paintings. These are polymer paintings with resins, different vegetable oils, natural oils in it. And so there are several consequences. This is a picture of the detail, how the surface of the sculpture starts crumbling apart, the painting cracks because of the foam wear. I want to show here a work we recently did on an artwork by Guillermo Cuitca entitled The Last 7 Songs. The work was attacked by fungi because it had not been properly stored at the museum. With heavy rains, it had been stored in a basement, and the basement became humid with too many rains. Leeches and fungi attacked it, and with a research group in the school, we studied what kind of agglutinant the artist had used. It was an acetate, and this opened up new lines of research to us, new studies. The biodegradation of these microorganisms. We needed to understand the material the work was made of, study the samples, and then simulate the material and do some testing to understand the type of degradation it would follow. So as you see, we worked in different ways. We have reference samples, we have simulated samples that we subject to accelerated aging to understand transformations of matter. And so that way we feed our library of materials. And then we also include comments from artists, because they inform what materials they used, why they used them, what features they were looking at when they chose a material. So with our research groups, Gabi and I, we fed each other's work and we discuss results from a different perspective. So we have the contribution of artists, which is highly appreciated. I stop sharing the screen. And now, Gabi, the floor is yours. So let me show you now some of the problems you can encounter where working with contemporary materials. Having materials at hand identified is essential. So this project that started gradually had gained impetus this year, but we were bluntly brought to a stop by COVID because the possibility of obtaining materials material samples from the artists that we are interviewing, which are many: Daniel Garcia, Eduardo Gil, Ramon Pereira, artists who have joined us today and Agustina will introduce. It was possible to interview them virtually, but we have not been able to get hold of samples, or we have not been able to visit their workshops and have access to Materiality. Hope you understand how it works. Our objective is a research objective and memory objective. We want to store this and archive this for future historians, artists, researchers, and chemists. So, Agustina?
Gabriela y Marta.
Great. Thank you, Gabriela and Marta. I want to thank the participation of my Matilde and Teresa and Carlota. Through the interviews, we wanted to hear the voices of artists. As historians and researchers, this was a very fruitful experience. Having a dialogue, records, archives for future consultation is great. We'll show you now the results, a short summary of the interviews and how these comments are so enriching. I'll introduce, before we go to the video, I'll introduce all of them, though I'm sure you know them. Carlota Beltrame is a teacher, researcher, and has a PhD in art. She has published many articles on art in her province. She has organized workshops, production and analysis of work for young artists of the Northwestern region by Antorcha's Foundation. She has received subsidies, grants, internships from Argentina, a scholarship by Antorcha Foundation to work at the Barracas workshop. Amongst others, she first award on the Visual Arts of 2018 awards. Matilde Marin, she's a plastic artist, works in different disciplines. Her work arises from research and a critical perspective on events that leave a mark on humanity. She's a fellow of Nantes, France, and Conex Platinum Award, participating in Puerto Rico, Bienal, Havana, Cuenca, and others. She is an academic of Número, Vice President of the Fine Arts Academy of Argentina, and Clem Foundation President of Buenos Aires. In 2010, the city of Buenos Aires gave her the title of a special citizen. Teresa, turn on your camera. She's an artist and researcher. She has a degree in sciences of art. She's a curator experienced in Native American art. Early in the 90s, she studied man and earth and collected a process to exchange earth from different regions in the country. Traveled in 2007 through the Americas and started the project Restitution. Several individual exhibitions, collective exhibitions at national and international levels. She has received awards from the Argentine Art Association, Bow Center Alberta, Canada Award, and I thank the three of them, and now let's see this video that we have prepared as a summary of the interviews in the project, The Library of Materials.
The Library of Materials for Modern and Contemporary Art in Argentina. It gathers data on the materiality of the Argentine art of the 20th century. It gets nourished with used materials by the artists and the historical and chemical studies on them and interviews conducted around the choice and type of material. Can we play it again? Modern art and Argentinian contemporary material library, gathering the data on the materiality. It is nourished on the materials used by the artists, the historical and chemical studies on them, and interviews conducted around the choice and type of material, techniques and experiments, knowledges and traditions, materiality and meaning, materiality, time, wear and tear, the relevance of the material dimension. I don't treat this support, not even the place where it is exhibited, as something neutral, but as a significant. I need for the matter to talk. And when someone who will pay attention to her, they will pay attention to what she or it has to say, irrespective of the shape. And I do so because I believe that the material I choose is always in connection to a history behind the material. The material talks about a history, the world that surrounded me in my early childhood in the Neuquina community made me come in touch with soil, not because of the soil in and of itself, but rather because of everything in connection to the fact that the soil gathers and is a witness of and gives testimony to materials. I've always liked the filmmaking because I have some background in that, and I used zinc a lot, and I've always found very interesting to take a look at the type of paper that I would use. This is a special world that you need to become acquainted with in order to see how you can be faithful to paper and how you can take advantage of that. This palette I put together, and this dates back to 1996. It is not dated. I mean, the use is workshop level. I used it for the workshop, and it was some sort of referent. And around this palette, there is clay. This is the powder. And they give you an indication of the chromatic differences. I realized that this actually is from the Miranda slope in La Rioja. The other is the textile part. When I say Randa, I understand that people will understand what it is all about. And the history behind it underlies that piece, a piece of cotton paper, and the French and German and Spanish versions. And then the paper that gets produced in Argentina for big paper installations. These are very light pieces. They are cellulose free. They have pearl dust according to the type of piece that I will be putting together, and it has natural pigments on them. On this side of the table, we have deployed red paper, less red so. This is paper containing volcanic ashes they come from Lanin volcano. I wanted to talk about the soil of Argentina. the soil incarnates materiality, and so is the case with rocks. I live near Catamarca, so I do have access to relatively big size rocks. Rhodochrosite, onyx, they cast light. I've always been interested in this. And I've also worked a lot on playing around this smoke, not just burning something, but in a way I would draw with smoke, smoke floating around paper. So this metal gets printed with those images and it renders some different hues of darker and lighter brown. Here I trace it back. This is water, slurry or runoff, earth, and carbon. This is as simple as this. These are carbon pieces, bits and pieces of the fire I set on the chimney in my workshop to heat the environment.
Hay algo que me parece que nos vuelve.
There is something that drives us back to the material that I would see often as a child. This is petrified wool. This is shorter, and it comes from the belly of the animal. I got started with my own experiments. I mean, the issue of matter. Your own experimentation is fundamental. People may come along and say, this works in this way, but up until you experiment, you cannot truly understand how the material works. Ink, how it behaves in water, then you would blow on it, and then you would place the piece of paper on top of it, and you generate this wonderful labyrinth. And this favors this technique, Jinkolay. You stick it on the thicker piece of paper. I worked quite extensively with patchwork, with printed collage, and then I stuck it onto these bigger paper rolls. This is like the bed on which paper would be resting without touching it. If it does touch the bed, it will get muddied. It will lose its nice aquatic image. I regularly work with assistants. I choose them very carefully, young craftsmen or young artists. When I work with textiles and with leathers, I choose the artisans because I'm interested in seeing how the hand of those people think, so to speak. And I let that thinking process be present in my work. It was my understanding that I have to accept such a challenge as long as I want the craft person to be present in this contemporary piece. My trend, I tend to be monochromatic. I mean, I like these single colors. This is why I now work on black and white photographs. Mantles have to do with different colors. I mean, the first mantle I worked on was the Prospero one. It was the red piece that was used to disappear in front of his enemies. I approach materials from my own ritual standing, and I relate this with the woman who becomes salt because she's disobedient. Disobedient women pay a big price, and there always is one disobedient woman who pays dearly for being such a disobedient person.
Bueno, esto fue una sorpresa también
So
para
this, well, I was taken by surprise, and I guess artists joining us were taken by surprise as well because they hadn't seen the video before. I hope you are happy with the clip work. We did carry out interviews to the participants, to the artists who are participants, is longer. We went over a number of issues. Here, we were interested in taking a view on some nodal points that surfaced up. It was quite a rich experience. Gabriela worked on it and I cooperated. I mean, the most interesting thing was to find the crossing between your views and those of the audience. I mean, moments where the proposals, your proposals, in connection to your pieces, flowed together, in connection to the material as well. So I'd like to give the floor to each one of you so you can expand your views on what you've seen so far based on this selection. And also, if you'd like to make a few more comments in connection to the subject matter we've been discussing for the last 2 days. Well, I'll get started. You may go ahead, of course, Matilde. First of all, thank you for this invitation. It's really wonderful to be able to share and talk about matter. It's great that there should be this research behind, these experiments behind. This is very necessary. It's necessary indeed. I was listening to Gabriela on the opening remarks yesterday, and Marta also spoke a while ago, and that reminded me of an anecdote I lived in first person. In the 1960s, American artists changed many situations in connection to embossing. So some sort of situation was generated. I mean, when these pieces were featured on museums, people didn't really know how to catalog them, how to label them, because they were finished off manually, because some sort of things were not respected. Based on these things that were generated in embossing, well, when artists practiced the direct materiality on a piece that had originally been printed, well, this generated the variable edition because no piece was the same to the other. Everything had to do with what we added to that printing. And in concluding, when the Fortabat Museum was opened, I worked a lot in embossing. As I commented on the video, they called me because they came across a piece by Andy Warhol, and the technique was Liquitex, and they didn't really know what that was all about. It was an acrylic back in the 1960s, which was quite popular, and it varied. Andy Warhol would finish off his pieces, serigraphies, manually with Liquitex. He would add some materiality that did not exist originally. So this is an anecdote I can think about, and I'm not referring to my own piece. I'm just talking about historical examples that do happen in contemporary art. We as artists are responsible for what we do and for what we produce with protocols and whatnot, how this gets organized, etc. We need to have some sort of control, some control on our piece because everything has changed. And as Gabriela was saying, there is no exhaustive or thorough investigation conducted so far on what we are doing. I'm referring to contemporary art, where there's a lot. Teresa, would you like to comment something? Well, first of all, I'd like to thank you. It's really very interesting to see all the work that you are doing, the work from this materiality that is approached in an interdisciplinary manner. I mean, in this library of materials. So I'd like to congratulate Gabriela and her entire team because they are putting together and they are creating this proposal. As an artist, well, I cannot say much. I would just limit myself to saying the following. Gabriela, you talked about the fact that materiality is at the limelight, or it is at the core. These were your opening remarks. And I'd like to add the following, being an artist. This is my own center. I'm a human being and I'm made of matter. I have more water than fat or than tissues or muscles or whatnot, or organs for that matter. And even though there are intangible materials that may be weightless or which we may not see with the naked eye, that materiality in its full expression is what makes me alive. It makes me alive as an artist, and it relates me to the rest of the world. It connects me to the world from my own existence and from my creation. So it's quite a thrill to have this invitation today, to have been all three of us invited. I'd like to publicly thank Matilde because in 1994, Matilde, you were the one who encouraged me with the following remarks. You told me, why won't you be able to create paper from dust or from earth? And you were right. You recommended that I should go to Luisina Perez's workshop, El Molino de Manzano, and then I went to others and I worked with many people. I went to that place to learn how to create paper, and I should commend you and I thank you because you are a teacher to me and a colleague. You are a person who is in love with art. You are mesmerized at this deep origin that paper evokes. You gave me some sort of reason 26 years ago. You kind of spurred me and you created an interest in me to conduct research. This was a research proposal. And as from that moment on, the rest of my journey has been to engage in dialogue with matter, to listen to it, to see what it can tell me, to see what it won't allow me to do. Because matter permanently says no. She says, no, this is not the way to go. She says, you must be out of your mind. I cannot withstand what you're asking me to do as a matter, but I'll give you something else instead. And that's where I do my own research and my own investigation. And I thank you all for this opportunity. Thank you, Teresa. What about your opinion, Carlota? And what's your take on this? I'd like to first thank you for being here and for meeting people with whom I've had wonderful experiences, such as Diana Reschler. I owe a lot to her and we enjoy a lot. A few months ago, we had a wonderful stay and we enjoyed wonderful moments. And under those circumstances, we had an interview, the fragments of which you've seen in the video that was just featured. In connection to the material library, I should say that there is some impossibility against which we fight. When you talk about memory as a term, it takes me no time to think that memory also is created by oblivion. So you have an enormous challenge ahead of you. Because of the whole thing with COVID, I believe that many of us have thought in terms of where are we headed for? I mean, this is some sort of question that underlies the mind of any person who wonders about their own existence, people who challenge their own thinking. And that acceptance of saying, well, when we are subdued, if we come down to a street, Ali will have to admit it with the greatest wisdom from within. I don't know where we are headed for, but I don't think we'll go to any place better than the one we are today. But it connects to what we have to say. Oblivion is part of the tragic condition of living in a world like the one we live in. And there's this struggle, this philosophical struggle. Your work is really very important, but there is something that has to do with this agony, preserving something that is doomed to die, especially in contemporary art. Because when contemporary art replaces the representation and it presents something, then it challenges materials that are quite ephemeral, that eat up themselves, they consume themselves, and they mutate or change. And then you have to deal with this erratic behavior on the part of materials that are not precisely marble. I mean, we continue to see Michelangelo's piece. It'll perish eventually, but it won't be us to witness how it'll be perishing. But it's been with us for a long time, for long years. I mean, the self-portrait of King is quite a challenge because it's a piece that contains his own blood, and it's subjected to the forthcoming of blood and technology that might be up to its needs or not. And these are challenges. I mean, there are people that make a living taking care of this problem. And it is not just a material or a chemical problem for that matter. It is a philosophical problem as well. And you'll see how you go about it when the time comes, because artists admit this condition. When an artist chooses to work with earth or with blood or with materials, we try to help them express things for which the material was not prepared for, but no matter what, we manage to. Those pieces of thin threads of ice created by this young lady living in San Martin de los Andes. McDonald is her last name. Well, she makes the ice pieces speak, and they speak wonders, but those pieces vanish as soon as the sun is on the sky. So she's asking water to express things that hadn't been expressed before. And there are so many artists we can mention, and we just appreciate what they have done on pictures, in documented footage, because their creations vanished into thin air. It's a mystery how they think about it, how they go about creating it. It's like I'm dangling here thinking about that, because I also work with memory. But as any other artist who works with memory, or as a person who takes an interest in this, we know that oblivion is part and parcel with memory, and there is no other way around it. I fully agree, Carlota, what you just were saying. But I would go one extra mile. I understand that contemporary production sometimes carries with itself this dead end. I mean, we sometimes are confronted to a dead end. But let me say, everything will be forgotten eventually. Everything will come down to pieces. Everything will go rotten. Marta can tell you how past pieces that were thought for eternity are not. Marble is not eternal either, not just because of the wear and tear per se. If someone comes along with a heavy hammer and it breaks it down to pieces, that's an agent who, for some reason, will devastate the piece. This has to do with conservation. And even though we consider what the view of conservers will be like, and as a matter of fact, in our team, we do have specialists in conservation who work hand in hand with us with that purpose in mind. What we discuss here is about something else. To the extent possible, we try to keep a record of things. We try and keep in store for future generations up until time says. I mean, of course, we won't be there to be witnesses of that. As you duly stated, everything decays, and we are no exception, and everything will fall into oblivion. But there are voices, however, that many a time we're left in silence. I mean, there is an idea around us in connection to the hands that take a role in contemporary pieces beyond the artist. You've spoken about that. I've heard you talk about the need of weavers. I don't really know what the case is like in Matilde's or Teresa's case. Well, I do know with Teresa, actually. It's been shown on the video. There are other agents that are taking a role. And in the case of those artists who work with assistants or with helpers, well, it is really important to know that we should take that into consideration. We should take a due record of this in those interviews, in those cases when that is possible, or at least so leave a marking behind, leave their fingerprints behind. Even though interviews are cued, as Agustina was saying, all of those in charge of interviews, and you know this quite well because we lived it in first person while we interviewed you, there are a, a number of questions that are queued, and then you adjust to the artist's own individual conditions. Then you come to realize that maybe for one artist, there is one or two questions that will work all right, but for others, they won't, for any given reason. So I do agree with you on that one, but I also say the past pieces are also doomed to die, and a lot of them were lost down the years. Well, that is true. I really liked to listen to all of you and to all of what you had to say. It is really very interesting. As Carlota was saying, oblivion, in a way, you start performing that role. A number of things won't be forgotten or won't be part of a history that can be resignified or reinterpreted. And I think it is interesting to also consider how contemporary artists work. Generally speaking, they do not work on their own. In the day of old, many artists didn't work on their own either.
They always had assistants, and the assistants are important too because they are part of what we study now. About the tension of materiality. These clothes are very long in length. It was hard for me to get the paper of the right weight so that it would be fragile. These blankets or clothes are protection clothes because I meant to protect. That's why you have utopia, ocean, the sun. But those papers, which were delicate, had to be subjected to stress, and they should not degrade because these have moved to collections, and they always ask me, will the color hold, you know? So that requires testing, testing and testing. It's all very interesting when you look back at the art process because there's plenty of process before, plenty of steps before the final production steps. There's the whole backstage, plenty of things you do in preparation of, and that's probably the part where you come into play. It provides a deeper understanding. It explicits, it makes explicit what is implicit in the work. I realized that as I listened to you all, there's something I had not thought of earlier. The questions that arises, where are we going, where we're heading to. One of the questions that I want to ask has to do with tradition. And you mentioned the work of other artists. the exchange with networks of artists that are generated through networking, contact, experimentation. It's not just the networking with nearby artists, but reference those who inspire you in materiality. The way you present it, I think it's interesting to pick on that quest in Teresa, having looking for the right paper, I think relates to Teresa's quest. I think it's quite fruitful. And your constant feedback about the work of other artists and your questions about matter, I think is enriching. I thought it fascinating in the previous talk. Maria Jose Herrera told us about the monochrome of Adobe of Arocio Zavala, the difficulties they had in that Adobe wall. I'm thinking in the long term, how they broke into this French decor room in that museum, French style in El Tigre, that location, and then how fungi and bugs and whatever crept on that product, because I'm sure they use clay from the river right next to them. It's a fabulous image if you think of it. The artists themselves mine their own work because it's not possible to sustain it in time. But we talk about it. We have picture documents, and as a gesture or action, we attempt to preserve them. It's fabulous. Horacio Zavala took Adobe to such an extent which is not usually used in. That's why the difficulties, the weight, the difficulty in drying it, the bugs. So it's so valuable to discuss it. The Library of Materials focuses on these problems that artists will continue to offer problems to you, not solutions. We come up with a problem, you come up with the solution. And we harm ourselves. Artists harm themselves with the problems they cause, because matter has their physical and chemical properties. Some things are possible to make and others are impossible to make, like the ice sculptures of this girl from Patagonia. They're wonderful, but the power, the gesture, the idea behind each thing, that obsession that artists have on what they propose to say, because we are exhibiting ourselves, creating utopia, thinking of wonder, poetry, and magic. That keeps us alive. It's what enables us to breathe, right? It brings us closer together than ever. Not on art, but we're mostly brought together but by our fight against oblivion. The museum fights oblivion. The museum reinvents itself constantly as an institution to get rid of forgetting, to get rid of oblivion. The question is renewed depending on the new context, and that's what we're all dealing with. I mean, in the world of art, we are brought together, we are united, other than for the love of art, for the need to leave something behind, something that no matter what we do will wear away eventually. And as Matilde said, we want to record something that happened and put it in history, in the history of humanity. So the voices that are heard in the work, and it's just not the voices of an artist, as Carlota Bertrand said. I have worked with artisans who worked with leather. Their voices are right there, underlying the work. And people who research the materials, the forms of manufacturing, the pieces of work is a way of putting them in history, protecting them from oblivion. It's a joint effort, right? Many concepts become interesting here. Your concern, your interests, your experimentation led by tradition, you search for new materials. You said soil, blood, smoke, ice. And Teresa said, is it good for, is it not good for it? Does it enable something or what? And then the relation with protocols, the curing of the work. And that's the next step, right? Marta, the question. We go back to what do we do with all this from chemistry? Because this is something that artists are not concerned with. The researchers ask themselves, we have to examine the techniques that Marta and her team uses, the materials, and we just crack our brains when we find works that pose an additional challenge. The dialogue with the artist is a good foundation. That's the objective of the Library of Materials, to record what artists say about the materials they use. But then there's works that don't have any records. And maybe the artist, does he remember? Does she remember what she used? Maybe she remembers, but she doesn't want to tell what she used. So with the chemical analysis of works that you do and the challenge that artists pose onto researchers, I was thrilled to listen to Matilda and Teresa and Carlota and how they experiment with matter. You know, chemistry is the study of matter in the lab. At this time, I miss going to the laboratory and study. I miss that world. It's a fascinating world where, with my researchers, we study what they ate at a given time, and there's records on bars of what was it, and there's maybe camel fat, and there's remains of some vegetables it. And so that studying that vase of ceramic that was used to transport food in the past, we find that there's animal fat. So we understand that that animal fat was used to make the vase not permeable, so they could store liquid in it. And so we learn about the community who built that vase, and we imagine how they cooked their food, how they stored their food. For colonial art, we have the treatises. That's great help. But with contemporary art, materials, in fact, it is not our problem what would happen with materials. The big problem is in the museums, how to preserve works of art within a museum. We can help, definitely, through an analysis of materials so that we better understand the risks of each work, or as it was explained in the opening session, how we preserve the work and what materials to use in the preservation to make sure that the materials to preserve are compatible with the materials of the work. The challenge is enormous to get to understand the chemical composition of the materials in a work.
Mucho más. Hay una variable que no aparece.
A variable comes to play there that was not mentioned in the second meeting, but in the first one it was mentioned. It is matter and market. Because, Marta, you're talking about museums, but it's not just the museums that are interested on that. Collectionists are also interested about the material qualities. And that dimension about the persistence of a work and its materiality involves other players as well, the market, the collectionist, the art collector. I don't think it was mentioned this time because last time we did invite some collectors, not this time, to hear different voices just because of that. But yes, of course, as Marta said, it drives us into further study, considering that your voice is fundamental. Do we have questions from the audience? No, just some comments. But I have a question. I'm very interested when we speak with Matilde, randomness, chance, that dimension, the dimension of chance in reference to material, I believe it's wonderful, something that the artist did not consider. Matilde described it in the techniques in the video. But let's see what you think of that, experimenting and chance against the matter. Picking on Agustina's and Gabriela's comment, what next, right? Listening to all of you, I realize that we all have our small battles to fight. An image, what is it that we want to tell? What is it that we want to record and represent? That's a battle. And how we do that, right? The matter, the material we use. And chance has plenty to do with that. And that sometimes you see, I study arts in Argentina, in Buenos Aires, but then I worked on sculptures and I studied engraving in Switzerland. That gave me plenty of knowledge because they worked differently. They did not follow the traditional techniques. And then when I came back, I wanted to experiment. I had plenty of experiences. And when I published, when I did a stamp, an embossing, and it came out wrong, I cried. I cried so much. But then once I managed to do one properly, the thrill I had. It was so rewarding. I don't cry anymore now. When I control my emotions now. But I do the drawings of the things I want to do at any time now. But I remember that thin line of chance in embossing. If you have an assistant or something or someone like that, you should let others intervene in your work. And you were talking about collectors. I have very fun stories to tell. Cuenca, a photographic mural, a suite of photographies. For an award, the directives of the Biennale call me in and they ask me, how are we going to preserve this? It was a huge thing that was in pieces, and they thought that it would be, destroyed, color, fade, and such. So I had to put up a protocol and prepare negatives. These were all negative individual pictures, but I had to prepare a negative, a huge negative of the 4-meter wide mural so that they could rest assured that they could keep that for many years. So these are solutions we come up with on the go. When I reached that Biennale, I had never thought of that. So we put out fires as they come up, right? Teresa, Carlota, do you want to comment? Chance. Chance is a gift we've been given. We need to make the most of it. It's our Achilles heel, but it is our strength. It enables something to happen. The artist should take it or let it go. But it's a fascinating game. And the collector, the art buyer, also participates in that game. If sharks of Damian Hill get rotten, we can have our chemical problems. We have our chemical problems. Chance, serendipity, it's all closely related to artistic material history. You know that many materials came out by chance, colors that came into being by chance. Agustina? A question for Gabriela. How do you first diversity in art to select materials to be incorporated into the library? It's still under discussion. It's a matter of space, storage space. The micro samples that we have in the case of contemporary materials, it is not always possible to obtain a micro sample. So with the center and restorers, we've been trying to design a template as a box where to store, how to preserve those materials. But it's only incipient work. We're only beginning with it, still looking for literature and finding the best option. But there's such a huge variety of materials available that on the go we'll see. We'll focus on Argentine art. So we'll select on what Argentine artists use.
También por las circunstancias actuales que, bueno.
And I know current circumstances have slowed down our efforts. In that box or container of the material, that container should match the material inside. We don't want the container to degrade whatever is inside, if you know what I mean. As Gaby said, we need to study it thoroughly. So we close this panel. Carlota, Matilde, Marta, Teresa, Gaby, thank you so much. As the coordinator of the Materia Center, I'm thrilled to have concluded 2 days of open discussions, adapting to the new circumstances, but making the most of it. Super positive. Gabriela, you want to close?
I'd like to thank the members of this panel, and I'd like to thank all the members and the participants of these 2 sessions that we had in this second international meeting of interdisciplinary studies on modern and contemporary artistic materiality. Additionally to having had the challenge of the virtual nature of this meeting, but nonetheless, we were very successful in our effort. We came out of it stronger than initially. I'd just like to say that we'll resume our work so we can meet again in 2 years' time with the 3rd meeting. Thank you to you all. Thanks, my appreciation to UNICEF and to those who showed their willingness to help make this possible. I'd like to thank the Institute, Diana, the organizing committee, and, well, and the audience, of course. I'd like to thank the audience because they've been following us via YouTube. Thank you for the comments, for these congratulations. We are very happy. We are thrilled at what happened during the last 2 days. So see you all very soon. Bye. Thank you so much. It's been my pleasure. Thank you.